Hello everyone, welcome. Today we're going to be doing part 4 of our Old Republic playthrough. We're going to get Manon and Corbin out of the way, and we'll probably make the last big event after that be the final stream. And that final stream, if this all goes according to plan, is going to probably happen Thursday. With Wednesday being a big day for Dragon Ball stream. I'm just letting all my stuff update right now, and we're looking good. And we're going to get right into tearing up Manon. I hate everything that happens before the dungeon. Just because it's a lot of bureaucratical bullshit, but Oop, damn it. But the actual dungeon itself is probably one of my personal favorites. Oddly enough, this one in Corbin.
You Republic people are so pathetic, sitting around groveling at the table scraps the Galactic Senators deign to give you. It makes me sick.
The Senators work for the good of the whole galaxy, not for individual gain.
Ha! Don't make me laugh, you gutless simp. It's the destiny of weak-minded
Simp,
like
he said
you
it!
to be ruled over by the strong, like we Sith.
I'm warning you. Don't push me or you'll get just what you're asking for.
Try it. Just try it. I'd love to see you throw the first punch. And with all the cameras around, the Cellcath would be all over you inside of 30 seconds. You break their laws. You pay the price, Republic scum. But I can see that you're not man enough to back up your words anyway. If you ever feel like relieving yourself of your worthless existence, feel free to come by our enclave here. We have many, many ways to fulfill your wish.
Yeah, what are you... Oh, I apologize, Master Jedi. I should not have been rude.
It is alright.
No, really, I should apologize. I should try to control myself, as you Jedi do. Is there anything I can help you with?
Why did the Sith upset you so
Well,
much?
these damn Sith are everywhere on Manon, pushing us Republic citizens around, trying to goad us into breaking the law somewhere.
Breaking the
Yeah,
law.
the Cellcath want to maintain their neutrality in this war we're fighting with the Sith, and they enforce it very strictly. So we just have to sit here and let the Sith insult us, and we can't raise a hand against them. Otherwise, the Republic will face severe Kolto export restrictions, and that could lose us the war altogether.
Tell me about Otto City.
It's big. Real big. Actually, it's pretty much the only real city on the entire world. The only place for us air breathers, anyway. Manon is a water world, which you may have noticed on your way down to land here, inhabited natively by a species of fish people called the Cellcath. They built this city to cater to us off-worlders, and as a base of operations to export Kolto, which is the only real thing they have to trade here.
Why haven't they joined the Republic?
I think that by staying neutral, they can play both sides, selling Kolto to everyone that needs it, and making themselves too valuable to be worth conquering. Well, that, and they threaten to destroy the only natural source of Kolto on the planet if anyone tries to attack them. But I think they're underestimating the length the Sith will go to get what they want. They're probably planning something already. Is there anything else you require?
Never mind, I must
Of
go.
course. If you have any other questions, you should probably see Roland Wan. He's the Republic diplomat here. He's by the Republic Enclave near the visitor residences. Oh, if you don't know where that is, go north from here, then south past the port official in the first courtyard, east into the second courtyard, then north, then east again. You got that? Have a pleasant stay, Master Jedi.
Yeah, got it. Alright, see ya, Simp. I'm not looking forward to reading for these Selkath. For context here, when I read for like the huts specifically, I press my fingers into my throat, like on the edges of them, so I can get a little bit more of that gravel and that. But I don't know how I'm gonna do the Selkath. Bastila wants to talk. Speak to Bastila. You wish to talk to me?
I've been watching you, studying you closely to see what kind of progress you've made since your training at the hands of Master Zahar.
I think we both know the real reason you've been watching me.
Never give up, do you? I admit, I'm interested in you. I find you intriguing, compelling even, but it's not what you think. You have a great gift. You have an awesome command of the Force, and I tremble when I think of how you might misuse it.
I won't misuse my power, Bastila.
I've seen how you've resisted many temptations and continue to walk the path of the light side. Very commendable. But I'm afraid you might stray from this path. You need to see what the dark side represents in its entirety. For it is what we battle. Only the wisdom of a Jedi Master can truly explain this. But I will do my best to make you understand.
What are you trying to tell me?
The dark side is not simply giving in to anger, temptation, or to use the Force to destructive ends. These things only lead to the dark side. The dark side grows stronger and more insidious the closer you draw to it. It begs you to surrender to it, to release all its terrible power, and it becomes harder and harder to resist. And once you stop resisting, it's too late. It twists you up inside and turns you into a mockery of everything you once stood for.
You seem to know that temptation very well.
I'm no less resistant to temptation than any other. I simply have the benefit of training that you do not. But even the training of the Jedi might not be enough to save us. We need only to look at the atrocities which have been committed by those under its sway to understand the terrible, corrupting evil of the dark side. Millions dead, and far more suffering. What sort of person would you have to become to perform such deeds gladly?
Are you saying the light side is innocent of killing?
The light does not strike down an innocent. We take arms against the dark side and the injustice that follows it only. It's so easy to think we would never fall prey to such a horror. That we have unlimited control, vigilance, and foresight. If only that were true. The Sith have become powerful because there are many Jedi who've succumbed to the lure of the dark side and joined their cause. What greater weapon is there than to turn an enemy to your cause? To use their own knowledge against them? We are weakened while they are strengthened, so we must harden our hearts and do whatever is required to fight against the dark side, even when the battle becomes wearying.
Do whatever is required. Such as?
The vision of our future is clouded by shadows cast from the dark side. But I sense something ominous lurking in those shadows. But words alone cannot save one from the dark side. Come, we should continue with the task at hand. When the time comes, I only hope we are all strong enough to do what we must.
Yeah, I can't talk now. I've got to get this Kotor loaded up before my shift is over.
Okay, yeah, this was the right way. I'm just an idiot. Greetings. Forgive me if this seems an odd question, off-worlder, but might you have any exotic species for sale? Nothing dangerous, mind you. Exotic species? What sort of exotic species? Anything non-sentient and non-carnivorous will do, though creatures that are easy to manage are preferred. Is that understandable? Why would you want to buy animals? Ah, good question. The Selkath have little exposure to life from other planets, you see, but our government hopes to change that. We are setting up a zoological compound for visitation by the public, and are hoping to stock it with non-offensive foreign creatures of all types. The only problem right now is actually procuring the exotic species we need. Selkath import restrictions are quite prohibitive, to say the least. So you want to smuggle them in? I would not use such a harsh word, off-worlder. Let us say that I am interested in engaging private trade. That is allowed, according to our laws. Finding off-worlds that deal in such trade is most difficult, however. I have become quite desperate. Might you have what I seek? I have some Giska if you're interested. Giska? You speak of the small bipedal amphibians with an overly high reproductive rate, correct? Oh no, I'm afraid I cannot take those. A compatriot of mine made the mistake of purchasing a pair of such creatures several months ago. Within weeks, our storage facilities were nearly overrun. If you are in possession of such creatures, I hope you keep them separated. If not, then you have my condolences. Is there no way I can convince you to take them off my hands? I suppose having a few of the creatures would not be a harm. We do have experience handling them now, I suppose. Since they are so difficult to main, however, I would ask that you provide 100 credits, then we'll take them off your hands. You want me to pay you? How about you give me 100 credits? I suppose it is natural for off-worlders to desire commerce, even when it is unfair. Very well, I should do as you ask in the interest of peace. Here are your credits. I shall send someone by to remove the Giska from your vessel. Good day, off-worlder. Alright, I think that voice will work. Kinda hurts, but not too bad. Ah! All these voices are saying right now is that I'm exiting areas that are recorded. Same deal, leaving recorded zone.
No problem. Didn't work.
Jill and Affid. Yeah, what do you want? Who are you? My name is Jolan, just a traveling Bazak player with no special story to tell. Nope, Bazak, not interested. We're just gonna go around.
No problem.
Security.
No problem.
Security.
Didn't work.
Damn it. Fine. Welcome to Manan. While you are here, I trust you will follow all the rules governing the activities of off-worlders. Don't worry, I'll follow the rules. There is a docking fee of 100 credits. You will have to pay this fee each time you dock on Manan, or you will not be permitted into Ato City. Make it 50 credits and you got a deal. The amount of the fee is legislated by the Manan Board of Trade and Tourism. I am not at liberty to haggle on this matter. Very well, here's the docking fee. The Manan Board of Trade and Tourism thanks you, off-worlder. Here is a visitor guide and a map to the city. Refer to it should you have any questions. The gates of Ato City are now open to you. You may come and go as you please, so long as you do not leave the planet. If you do, you will have to pay the docking fee once more. Okay, objective 1, do the swoop racing stuff. That'll get us a little bit extra cash, and we can go ahead and fuck around and find out. Hi, Selkath.
A lot of money to be made in the Republic in times like these.
Kotor Distribution Center.
Hey, I'm working here. Go talk to the diplomatic rep if you got something to say.
You know, thinking about it seriously, I think my big issue with the whole dark side, light side thing here is that there's no...
Jolie Bindo, and that Jolie has returned to the sector. Please, I must speak to him. It's very urgent.
Why do you need to speak to Jolie?
Laura, my husband, Sunry, and Jolie are old friends. Now Sunry needs Jolie's help.
I shall tell Jolie immediately.
I beg you to bring Jolie to speak to me about my husband. Sunry's life depends on it. Jolie, it is you. I need your help.
Laura, of all the people, how did you even know I'd left Kashyyyk?
I didn't. Nobody knew where you were, not even Sunry. But I heard the Selkath mention you and your friends. The Force has brought you to help us.
Why? Whatever could be the matter, my dear?
It's horrible, Jolie. Sunry has been arrested. The Sith have accused him of murder.
Murder? But how?
It's all a mistake, Jolie. Sunry isn't a murderer. Someone is trying to frame him.
Calm down, Alora. Where's Sunry now?
Sunry's being held at the Selkath courts. They won't let anyone in to see him. Please, go to the courts. Talk to the judges. Maybe the Selkath will listen to you.
Don't worry, Alora. We'll get to the bottom of this and help Sunry. Somehow.
So, do we have a deal?
That's an awful lot of money. Is there something you're not telling me?
Don't be so suspicious. The Republic is generous. We pay our mercenaries well.
Makes sense, I guess. All right, I'm in. When do I start?
Just show up at the Republic Embassy tomorrow and speak to our representative there. I'm sure he'll have some task he wants you to start on right away.
Human, I wish to speak to you if you have the time. Greetings, human. My name is Neil Boas. I hope you are enjoying yourself here in Outer City. Our floating city is beautiful, is it not? It's truly a wonder to behold. You are too gracious, human. The beauty of Manan is delicate. Our ecosystem is complex and fragile, and I fear for the preservation of my planet. What are you talking about? There is a task I would ask, human. Jedi. I fear there is nowhere else I can turn. What do you want me to do? Rest assured, there will be ample reward for this, human. I only require information, nothing more. The Republic has been hiring mercenaries, many more than usual. As an official of the Selkath people, this is of great concern to me. I only seek the reason for this change in Republic policy. Why do you need me for this? I cannot trust anyone else. The Republic obviously wants to keep their secret. I have inquired often as to their purpose and been rebuffed. The Sith cannot be trusted to give me an accurate report of events. They will twist the truth so that it furthers their own goals. And the mercenaries are well aware of the high wages the Republic is paying. They would not report anything that might slow the flow of credits into their accounts. Uncover the truth behind the Republic's actions and I will pay you 500 credits.
Be careful here, kid. Start poking your nose in a place that doesn't belong and you might not like what you find.
Please, see if you can find the answers I seek. Find why the Republic is hiring so many mercenaries. Find where they are going. Find why they do not return. I'll look into it for you, Nilko. Once you discover some information, please come speak to me. Believe it or not, I'm a friend of the Republic. Whatever the truth, I shall do my best to protect the Republic's interests, and those of the Selkath, of course.
I hope you're here to play some pot. So
Nope, no Pazak.
Statement. HK-47 is ready to serve, Master.
Oh, we'll do this now. I'd like to know more about your functionality.
Statement. I know some elements of my functionality, Master, but not all.
I thought you said that removing your restraining bolt would restore your memory.
I suspected that it might, Master, but without memory, I had no way of knowing whether or not I knew that was true.
So you lied to me.
Not so much, Master. I spoke out of ignorance. I assumed the Athorian was responsible for my memory loss. That does not mean I am not a fully loyal droid willing to serve its master. Right, Master?
How can you not know parts of your functionality?
There have been numerous repairs and tampering made to my system, Master. Several systems are not operating as they should be. The fact that my memory is incomplete may be due to meatbag incompetence, or something else I am unaware of.
Is there any way to repair you?
Some of my motor functions can be safely repaired, Master, but anything in relation to my memory core is extremely sensitive. I have safeguards installed to protect that core that I cannot deactivate. It is not impossible that other, lesser memory functions could be restored, however.
So I can restore your memory.
You may attempt to restore portions of my deleted memory, Master, but some skill at repair is required. The deeper
I don't have a lot of those.
memory, however, would still be unadvisable to tamper with. Conjecture. It is possible that some external stimulus might result in the memory core being reactivated, but I am unaware of any program existence to do so.
So you're saying that your memory might just come back?
Conjecture. There may be hidden programming that awaits certain conditions to reactivate my memory core, Master, but there is no way to know. It is quite possible that tampering has simply erased my core permanently. If that is so, a meatbag will surely pay.
So, how do I go about restoring part of your memory?
Simply tell me that you wish to make the attempt, Master, and I will attempt to walk you through it. Please do be careful.
I would like to try restoring some of your memory.
If you believe your skills are up to the task, Master, then I can certainly guide you through the process. Request. I only ask that you be oh so very careful, Master. I am too valuable and well crafted to perish at the hands of ineptitude.
Let's get started.
As you wish, Master. The first stage is the simple one, and that is accessing my central control cluster. This may take a while. First, you will need to open 3 panels. Now close the last panel. I am afraid the operation did not succeed, Master, though it was a valiant attempt for a meat bag. Supplication. Perhaps it would be best if you desisted your efforts for the moment, Master. This seems to be going nowhere. Statement.
I want to try again. Theoretically, we should be able to...
Supplication. Statement.
I want to try again. We should be able to roll the nat 20 eventually.
Statement. But I need those circuits, Master. Please, Master, do not destroy my chips out of frustration. Calm yourself. I implore you. Supplication. Perhaps it would be best if you desisted your efforts for the moment, going nowhere.
I want to try again.
As you wish, Master. The first... Now close the last supplication. Statement. No. What are you doing, Master? That is my motor core. Stop! Ah! Supplication. Perhaps it would be best if you desisted your efforts for the moment, Master. This seems to be going nowhere. Statement.
I want to try again.
Now close the supplication. Statement. Now close the last panel. Supplication. Statement.
I want to roll the nat 20 on this.
Oh, supplication. Statement.
Oh, that was a new dialogue. I should have let that one play out.
Close the last panel. Supplication. Statement. Now close the supplication. Statement. Now close the supplication. Statement. As you wish, Master. The first stage is the simple one, and that is accessing... Now close the supplication. Statement. As you wish, Master. The first stage is the simple one, and that is accessing my central control cluster. This may take a while. First, you will need to open 3 panels. What are you doing? Remove the arc wrench! Remove the arc wrench! Supplication.
Medic!
It would be best if you desisted your efforts for the moment, Statement. No. This is no good, Master. You have nearly detonated my thermal core 3 times in a matter of minutes. Supplication. Perhaps it would be best if you desisted your efforts for the moment, Master. This seems to be going nowhere. Statement. As... Oh, supplication.
Maybe even with a nat 20, it's still just
Close the supplication. Statement. As you
got too
wish,
many
Master.
negative modifiers to actually make a difference.
And that is accessing my central control cluster. This may take a while. First, you will need to open 3 panels. No. This is no good, Master. You have supplication. Perhaps it would be best if you desisted your efforts for the moment, Master. This seems to be going nowhere. Statement.
We'll try a few more times.
Now close the supplication. Statement. Now close the supplication. Statement. As you wish, Master. No! Supplication. Statement. As you wish, Master. The first stage is the simple one, and that is accessing my central control cluster. This may take a while. First, you will need to open 3 panels. Now close the last panel. I
Alright, we'll do this more later.
I am not for hire. Perhaps the Mandalorian or the Achani can help you, though they lack the stomach for certain jobs.
A mercenary who's not for hire? That's strange.
You care. There are other mercenaries you can hire, though I suggest you act quickly. The Republic seems to be in desperate need of mercenaries right now. Though not so desperate they have asked for my help as of yet. They prefer the simpering, submissive type, like the Mandalorian or the Achani.
Why is the Republic hiring so many mercenaries?
The Republic prefers not to deal with my kind, though maybe they need an Eridorian to finish the job. The mercenaries they hire must be failing, as they are never heard from again. That is all I know. Is there more you wish to ask?
I'll be going now.
Surprised.
Hey man, clear out. You're cramping my style with the ladies.
Greetings, human. My name is Shalus. I have heard it said that you are no friend of the Sith. Is that true? The Sith are a blight upon the galaxy. Though I suspect we have little in common, human, I share your dislike of the Sith. They have brought grief to my family. I am not a fool. I know the Sith do not respect our laws as the Republic does. Were it up to me, I would do everything in my power to aid the Republic in the war against Malik. But intergalactic politics stay my hand. Still, I know the Sith are evil, and I fear what they will do to my people, and what they may be doing. What are you talking about? Many of the Selkath have vanished, human. Most who have gone missing are on the cusp of adulthood. The youth who will someday leave this planet, my own daughter, Shasha, is among those who have disappeared. Those disappearances coincide with the arrival of the Sith, and I cannot dismiss the connection. The Sith are up to something, human. Something sinister. I can feel it. You want me to investigate these disappearances? I will give you 500 credits if you can uncover the fate of my daughter and the other missing Selkath youth. Not much, but all I can afford. I have no official authority in this matter, and my personal wealth is not vast. There is no one else I can turn to, human. The Republic agents are too closely watched by the Sith, and the Ato City authorities cannot act without proof of Sith involvement. I shall look into these disappearances for you, Shalus. I cannot imagine where to begin the investigation, though I suspect the Sith do not act alone. Perhaps the Offworlders in this mercenary enclave know something. If you learn anything, human, report back to me at once. If you uncover the fate of my daughter and the other missing Selkath youth, I will reward you as promised.
We might have a position within the Sith organization for one such as you.
Your offer is pretty good, but I've heard some nasty things about you, Sith. Is it true you bombed Taris into dust?
This is war. In war, certain distasteful acts cannot be avoided. But ask yourself this, when we win the war, would you rather be against the Sith or with us?
You make a good point. And I've never turned down a job that pays up front.
Excellent. Report to the Sith Embassy tomorrow for your assignment.
You're new around here, aren't you? My name's Duan. Care to buy a Sith girl a drink? That is, unless you're one of those simpering Republic soldiers.
I'm done, Kinstar. I'm just here to check out the swoop races.
Soldiers like to go and bet on the swoops on their day off, but this planet is bad enough without mingling with the locals. It isn't easy here, you know. Not with all the Republic soldiers walking the streets while we sit and do absolutely nothing. Malak should send a fleet in and conquer this whole sector, Kotor or no. But I don't really want to talk about that right now. I'm just here to have a couple of drinks and try to unwind, you know?
I feel like she actually has information, but it's not giving me the option to buy her a drink.
I get a little bit wild, and you want to hold it against me. Come on, what's the matter? Afraid I'll drink you under the table? Hey, if you're not man enough to keep up, who needs you? Seems I'm not ladylike enough for some men. Well, I may be a woman, but I'm still a soldier. Barkeep, bring me another round.
Oh, I thought this is where I did the swoop stuff. It's not here. No, I think it's in a darker part of the area.
Do you mind? I'm in the middle of a Republic recruiting drive right now. I need to hire these mercenaries before they sign up with the Sith.
Why are you hiring mercenaries?
You haven't noticed. There's a war on. If we don't hire these mercs, the Sith will. Now excuse me. I have to continue my recruitments. Do you mind?
Maybe you could hire me.
Got what we're looking for. Jedi aren't generally suited to mercenary work. If you want, talk to Roland Wan at the Republic Embassy and see if he can find anything for you. It's north of here, just east past the first courtyard. It's just off the north end of the second courtyard. You can't miss it. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to continue my recruitments.
Yeah, it's just a mercenary enclave. What this? Oh, it's the prison.
The Republic respects the peace of Otto City, Your Honor. But the Sith are a violent people who leave violence in their wake. I have 3 soldiers in the infirmary.
If the Republic soldiers were more capable, they would not have suffered such serious injuries. Are my soldiers to be punished simply because they won a fair fight?
I hardly call 6 against 3 a fair fight. The Sith are cowards who attack only when they have the advantage of numbers.
I am aware of the Republic's indignation. However, witness reports clearly state your Republic soldiers were as willing to engage in violence as the Sith in this case.
They were provoked, Your Honor. The Sith goaded them into this fight.
Taunts and threats are not sufficient provocation in the eyes of this court. Words can be ignored, which is what your men should have done. I find both the Republic and the Sith to be equally at fault for this breach of the peace. I should throw all parties involved into the Outer City jail, but since no Stelcath were harmed in this conflict, I will show mercy and levy a fine of 10,000 credits to both sides. The court is dismissed, though I warn you that further disturbances will not be viewed with such leniency. I am Judge Shelkar, acting on behalf of the Selkath government of Manan. It is my task today to answer the needs of off-world citizens of both the Republic and the Sith Empire. If you have legitimate grievances with another party, then you should speak to me. You should first, however, consult with the Republic Embassy before pressing formal charges. Is there something you wish to bring to my attention? I would like to investigate the murder case involving Sunry. That is acceptable, I believe. In Manon legal tradition, the defendant can have an arbiter who tries to prove his innocence in court. This arbiter is a neutral party that can investigate and present evidence in the trial, and argue on the defendant's behalf. As you are a Jedi, I believe you could fulfill this role adequately.
I suppose your Sunry's only hope. We have to at least try to help him.
So be it. You are now appointed arbiter in the case of Sunry versus the Sith Empire. Your name and position have been recorded in our files. I will now inform you of the pertinent facts in this case. You have a limited amount of time in which to investigate and organize a defense of your client, and I advise you to use it wisely. Sunry was seen leaving a hotel, leaving behind a dead Sith woman, Alasa Huros. He has been charged with murder and is being held in the Auto City prison facilities. Due to his crippled status, he is being kept in a solitary holding cell. Witnesses claim to have seen the killing and are being detained at the hotel in question pending the trial. The manager of the hotel has now been informed of your appointment. Elasa was found dead of a blaster bolt wound with an incriminating Republic medal clutched in her hand. This information has been uploaded to your datapad. It would be wise to review all information before the trial starts. You may question Sunry or the witnesses. The evidence in this case is heavily stacked against Mrs. Sunry. I believe it will take some doing to absolve him of guilt.
Yes, but it almost seems too heavily stacked, doesn't it? Very suspicious.
You may also interview the judges here, including myself, to get an idea of the pertinent factors in this case. Since this is also your first case and you're an off-worlder, I feel compelled to add good luck as my final missive.
I hear you've been appointed as arbiter in Sunry's trial. My husband is innocent. Please don't let him go to jail for a crime he didn't commit.
Can you tell me anything about Sunry?
He's a cripple. There's no way he could have overpowered this Sith woman like they claim.
That's true. I'd forgotten about that. Let's not forget that he would have to have been considerably older than the Sith woman.
Are you saying someone your age couldn't overpower a woman?
I'm a Jedi, and one who was living alone in the Shadowlands until recently. That keeps you in shape, damn it. We're talking about Sunry here.
And there's no way he would do something so dishonorable as hit her from behind. Sunry's a decorated war hero. He's a hero of the Republic.
Your husband might not be so innocent, Laura.
Plot to discredit the Republic. Sunry is a victim of a Sith frame-up.
It's possible. I haven't seen Sunry since I crashed on Kashyyyk. A man can change a lot in that time. The man I knew could never have done this crime, however.
Find the real evidence. That's all I ask. The real evidence will prove Sunry didn't do this.
You may come and go as you please, Arbiter. You will find the door unlocked. That is a lie. If you wish to begin your trial, you must make the request with the warden. It shall then be passed on to the judges. Who's this guy?
When I get out of here, you're dead! I'll gut your fishy little corpse, cut off your head, and bathe in your blood!
Be quiet, off-worlder scum. Same thing, okay.
Jolie, what are you doing here? Alora sent me, Sunry. I'm here to get you out of this mess. The courts went and made us arbiters for your case. Just like old times, eh, Julie? You come swooping in out of nowhere to save my tail from the fire?
You saved my wrinkle butt more than a few times as well, friend, if I recall. But there'll be time for catching up later. Right now, we need to focus on the case.
The case is a complete frame-up. Anyone looking at the evidence could see that. Or so I thought. But the Cellcast seem to think that there's enough to go to trial. There aren't any witnesses. All that evidence against me is circumstantial and completely flawed.
Let's go over the evidence.
I was at the hotel, I admit. And I did meet Alasa there that night, but it's not what you think.
I was working with Republic Intelligence. We were pretending to feed information to the Sith. Well, I turned Alasa into a double agent working for us.
It was going well, too, until she turned up dead. Maybe the Sith had found out I was turning her and had her eliminated. But let's look at the facts they've given. Alasa was brutally killed. Think about that. She was a Sith, trained in battle, and I'm just a crippled old man. My war injuries make it difficult for me to walk, even to hold things. See how my hands are shaking? How could I kill a Sith warrior at close quarters? I ask you. Further, they say they found my hero's cross at the crime scene. Would I leave my war medal behind if I killed someone? Even I'm not that stupid. Obviously, the Sith planted the cross. And what about the lack of forensic evidence? Skin and hair samples, clothing fibers. Why isn't there anything like that at the crime scene? Sounds like an obvious frame-up to me. I hope you can see how the Sith are manipulating the Cellcat, and probably even you to set up this against me. We need to get this over with quickly and clear my name. Anything else I can help you with? I want my arbiter to be well prepared before we go to trial.
I need to investigate the case some more. Any ideas where I should look?
Guess you could interview witnesses at the hotel where the murder happened. The Cellcath already did that, but the fish folk didn't have much rapport with offworlders. Maybe one of them was holding something back. But I think you'd be better off investigating the Sith themselves. Maybe you could find some proof they planted evidence to frame me. Though that might mean figuring out a way into the Sith embassy. Anything else I can help you with? I want my arbiter to be well prepared before we go to trial.
There's a few things we have to clear up.
Ask what you need to. I've got nothing to hide.
The judges said that you left after the shot was fired.
How would they know? They weren't there. I heard some of the witnesses said that too, but I swear she was alive when I left. I wonder if the Sith have been putting pressure on people to get them to convict me. It wouldn't surprise me at all. They've had it in for me since the war. You should ask everyone about that. They might admit to helping the Sith under pressure.
A few more things we need to clear up.
Ask what you need to. I've got nothing to hide.
On second thought, I have to ask something else.
What else do you want to know? Very well.
I'll be going now.
I suppose there is still much you must do before the trial. Once you've gotten enough evidence to go to trial, just tell the warden we're ready. The sooner I get out of the cell, the better.
Ooh.
Your precious Republic's days are numbered. It won't be long until Malik turns his armada loose on Coruscant itself. Save your empty threats, Sith attack the core worlds, now with the entire Republic fleet waiting for him.
You're a fool. When the Sith descend on Coruscant, our numbers will block out the sun itself. The galactic senators will collapse trembling in fear and beg for mercy at Malak's feet.
You underestimate the Republic's resolve. We'll die before we surrender Coruscant.
That can be arranged. Remember what happened to Taris. Malak could do the same to the core worlds.
He wouldn't dare.
Now it is you who underestimate our resolve.
Bizarre cards, pretty much.
Sure.
I believe this is the hotel.
You're the one defending Sunry now, huh? Well, the hotel's open for you. And I guess I gotta answer any questions you want too.
Tell me what you saw the night of the murder.
Alasa rented a room in the hotel. An hour or two later, Sunry comes in and goes to her room. A couple hours later, I hear a blaster shot and see Sunry running. He can't run good because he's a cripple, but he still was going pretty fast. I would swear he started after the shot, though.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty damn sure he left after the shot went off.
Could it have gone off after he left?
I don't think so. I mean, it's possible, just barely. But I wouldn't say that to the court.
You could testify it happened after he left.
What do you want to know?
Nah. We'll do this honestly. What do you know about Sunry and Alasa?
used to rent rooms here every week or so. Then Sunry would come by a couple hours later and stay all night. It doesn't take a genius to figure out what was going on.
Tell me what you saw the night of the murder. Who are the witnesses in the hotel?
Two other people in the hotel when it happened. One was a Rhodian named Glupor. Seems like a really dirty, shifty type. Normally I don't let his kind in here. I'm a reputable businessman, you know. But there weren't many people here, so I decided to take a chance. The other is a regular named Feareth Me. He's a Pazak player. Probably an addict, but he claims he's big in some circles. Don't know anything about him other than that. Anything else you want to know?
I have no more questions for now.
If you need anything else, I'm gonna be right here.
No problem. Didn't work. No problem. Didn't work.
Alright, Feareth Me.
You with the Selkath? You here to see me about the murder too? I told the damn fish everything I knew. What more do you all want from me?
What do you know about Sunry and Alasa?
I only heard of once or twice in passing. Some sort of old-time war hero against the Sith. Seen him around in the hotel too. Going to Alasa's room always, of course. Kept the rest of the building up half the night with their damn antics usually.
You mean Sunry was having a relationship with Alasa?
That, what they did in that room in private, is their business. And there isn't any rule against Sith and Republic seeing each other for personal reasons. Although if you think a Sith Master didn't know, you must be fooling yourself.
Sith Master?
Well, Alassa was a Sith, so of course she'd have to have someone above her. Yeah, I didn't see anything.
What did you see?
See any?
Maybe if I toss in 100 credits.
That way. Well, one time I saw Alassa coming in wearing this big cloak. I was on my way to my room, and she normally wears stuff like that, so I didn't pay her too much attention. But this time, I accidentally brushed up against her. Accidentally, of course. And her cloak fell open. Now, I don't have any qualms about the Sith. I leave them alone, and they leave me alone. And seeing as how Alassa had a Sith lightsaber under her cloak, I'm not going to poke that hornet's nest.
She was a dark Jedi.
But I'm not getting myself in any further with the Sith. I know how ruthless they are. Now that's all I'm going to tell you. I'll testify to the court, but you aren't going to get anything else out of me. You again. I was in my room, minding my own business with the latest copy of Pazak Weekly. Check being still. You can't tell me that. Yes, well.
Alright, nothing there. You here with Selgath? You have questions for Glupor. Glupor already say everything he knows. I have questions about the murder of Alassa. Glupor tell everything to Selkath. You not know? Glupor have no reason not to say. Glupor tell everything. Everything about murder. Everything about Sith Lady's room. Where were you at the hotel? Glupor stay in hotel. Glupor not very rich. Hotel much too rich for Glupor to live at. But Glupor save for weeks and have enough to stay here for a few days, using Glupor's chance to live better for a while. What did you see? Glupor not see murder. Oh no, Glupor did see the Republic guy, the cripple, Sunry his name, Glupor thinks. Glupor see Sunry running away from scene of crime. Glupor see nothing else at all, especially not in Sith Lady's room. What about Alessa's room? Glupor just curious to see what had happened. Glupor have no reason to go in the room. No one paid Glupor to do it. Israel. Did someone pay you to do something in that room, Glupor? How you know someone paid Glupor? Oh my god. Well, Sith man came up to Glupor after murder, before Selkath arrived. He say he give Glupor good money if Glupor put metal in the Sith hand. Glupor good, Glupor plant evidence and leave no trace, but Glupor not recognize Sith man anyway. Glupor not recognize humans very well. Not used to Selkath, so not bother to tell them. Well, that and the Sith man say he killed Glupor. Oh, Glupor think he can't talk more right now. Glupor feels the need to lie down. Maybe just stay here.
You're the one defending... Alassa used to... It doesn't take a gene... The Sith woman... can't run good... No, I don't think so. What do you want to know? Well, okay.
You, Jedi. I hear you're investigating the Sunry murder trial, are you not? This case is not at all what it appears to be. Many currents, might I say, flow beneath the surface.
What do you mean?
This murder is much more complicated than it may first appear. The Sunry and Alassa are proxies for their governments, and both sides want the other to fail. You can see the journey by the footprints. You understand, yes?
I think so. Kinda.
I'm saying they both had something to do with it. They've both kept their hands in this from the start. If you want to get to the bottom of this murder, you might seek information from both the Sith and the Republic, likely in their embassies.
They just give it to me?
Of course not. You think state secrets are for sale on the common market? You would have to be devious to get what you want. Heed my advice, Jedi. and you may yet find the truths in this murder.
Let's go focus for the on the swoop bikes first.
Hey, this street is for Sith only. You gotta pay a 20 credit toll to walk down this street.
This is a public street.
Find the Selkath law.
I have no desire to speak to you. I know you have links to the Republic.
Okay, bitch. Greetings, human. Have you come here to watch the swoop races? I find they are an excellent way to relieve stress in my business I need all the stress relief I can get. Who are you? My name is Vek. I work for Ithrak Goldar, a merchant who deals in very rare and expensive art. He serves as the go-between for buyers and sellers throughout the galaxy. I serve as Ithrak's security advisor, a highly demanding job. The fact that Ithrak seems to delight in insulting and berating me makes it even more difficult. You're wearing a Sith uniform. Are you with the Sith? To be honest, no, not really. I just wear this uniform to gain respect. People are less likely to give me trouble if they think I might be with a Sith. Oop, I think Porkchop wants to go outside. Give me a second, let me go let him out. Alright, I'm back. Don't you think the Sith might take exception to that? Well, maybe, I guess. But the Sith here on Manan aren't about to do anything to get them in trouble. Not if it means getting sanctions against their Kotor shipments. As long as they don't actually say I'm with a Sith, they don't seem to mind, so I use this outfit to give me the psychological edge I need. Being Ithrak's security advisor isn't easy. Yes, I can see how it would be very stressful. You can't even begin to imagine how hard it is dealing with a galaxy's cultural elite. They're like spoiled children, throwing tantrums whenever they don't get their way. And Ithrak is the worst of them all. You idiot, Vek. How could you be so stupid, Vek? He thinks my job is easy, but I'd like to see where he'd be without me. I'm sorry for that outburst. I come here to relax, but just talking about work is making me tense. So allow me to wish you a civil good day so I can get back to watching the racers. Hello there, you probably want to talk to the professional racers. They're in the Racers Lounge, the room just to the east. They don't usually associate with amateur racers like me. I'll probably be giving up soon anyway. I just want to ask you a few questions. I'll answer what I can. I don't think I'll be going back out on the track. What's bothering you? It's not getting better out there. I race hard and I think I have good skills, but I just can't afford to keep up with the professionals. Their swoop bikes are modified with the best equipment. There is only so much you can do with a borrowed toolkit and standard parts. I can't afford to make this my life. I want to keep going, but without money you don't win, and if you don't win, you don't get money. How much do you think you need? It's not your problem to worry about. I shouldn't even be bothering you with this. The 500 credits I need is my problem, not yours. Here, I can give it to you. You're just giving me 500 credits? Just like that? I don't know what to say. I'd have to save for months to get anywhere near that much. Thank you. I mean it. I'll get them working on my swoop right away. Maybe I can improve on my round one time after all. Come back to East Auto in a day or so, after the changes are made. I hope it helps. Maybe I'm just not good enough. I guess I'll see. Let's get back to my first questions. Alright, but don't take too long. I want to get my swoop upgrade done soon, so I'll be ready when you come back to East Alto. I have to leave. See you around the track. Greetings to you, off-worlder. Are you here as a spectator or will be entering the swoop field as a contender? I'm interested in racing. I'm sure you are. We welcome all races, regardless of professional status. We are trying to maintain a full field of competitors. Of course, with the destruction in Taurus, we're in a bit of a rebuilding phase. Our sector champion was one of the casualties there. I won the season opener on Taurus. I hesitate to believe that. Sith interference disrupted any hollow feed that might have verified your story. We only know that all on Taurus were lost. Calling me a liar. You are welcome to prove your skill here, regardless of experience. The course is open to any that have the means to participate. 100 credits must be paid for each officially timed attempt that you make. The amount will be due before each race. I'm ready to race. Very well, but before we place your swoop in the starting position, I must collect the 100 credit fee. Lowering the fee would encourage new racers. I would tend to agree. We already have a number of racers that are struggling. I will drop the fee to 50 credits. I'll pay the 50. Very good, off-worlder. Now we must determine what time you will be trying to beat. Let's have a look at the standings. Queedle is a local favorite, but this won't be much of a race. His swoop simply isn't professional quality. Time to beat, 23:82. Manon Swoop Racing fans, we have a race about to commence. Show your respect as the newcomer challenges Queedle for round 1 placing. I gotta stop missing my button. Do a little shimmy. Winners of the first round are paid 500 credits. It's enough to cover your expenses, but you'll have to keep racing to really make it pay. We'll record this for future reference and wish you well on your attempt to reach Sector Champion. I'll be back later. Very well. I will tell our organizers to have the course ready for your return. Hello again. I still can't believe the difference a few upgrades make. My score is top of round 3. I never thought I'd be able to do that. Before I go any further, though, I have to return the money you gave me. The prize I won covered most of it. You keep it. Use it for more upgrades. Thanks, but no. I won't need it. I'll do all right now that I have a chance. I have to leave. Goodbye. See you around the track. And I got my money back. Greetings again. Will you be racing today? We're always looking for serious competition for the established riders. I'm ready to race. Very well, but before we place your swoop in the starting position, I must collect the 100 credit fee. I'll pay the 100 credits. Very good, off-worlder. Now we must determine what time you will be trying to beat. Let's have a look at the standings. Hookta Jax is your opponent now. His time of 22:50 is your mark. I trust you are ready. Well, this one's going to be a little rough. Manan race fans, a new contender now addresses the time of Hookta Jax, a race to end all races, beginning now. Yeah, boo you two. I'm ready to race. Run it back. Run it back. I'm pretty sure these ones are also some of the harder races too, just because they're so tight. Do a little shimmy, do a little shimmy. A second round win is worth 2,000 credits to you. Many races bow out when they reach this level, but I have a feeling you won't. The next round of races will determine sector champion. You'll have to be flawless to achieve that. I'm ready to race. Very well, but before you place your soup in the starting position, I must collect the 100 credit fee. I'll pay the 100 credits. Very good, Off-Worlder. Now we must determine what time you will be trying to beat. Let's have a look at the standings. This will be an exciting race, I think. You are going against Queedle's new time of 22:48. He's the solid crowd favorite now. Attention fans, a new contender will now face the time set by your resident champion Queedle. Excitement is guaranteed. 22:48, 22:48. Greetings, Sector Champion. You have proven to be a spectacular racer, even defeating Queedle's improved time. You have won a great deal of money. The payment for becoming Sector Champion is 5,000 credits. This will be the last amount offered for now. When we begin a new round of races, we will make certain you are notified. I'll be back later. Of course, Sector Champion. Cool. Greetings to you, Sector Champion. That was an amazing time you turned in. The best I've seen on this track. I don't feel bad losing to you, now that I know I'm in the running. Thanks for your help, even if I did win it all in the end. Or even if you did win it all in the end. Alright, I don't think anyone here really has anything to contribute speech-wise. Does Vec, maybe? Congratulations on winning the Manan Championship. I do enjoy watching your races, human. It makes a nice break from the hectic world I must deal with every day in my business. I'll be going now. Okay, I thought I could get Sith uniforms from him for some reason. What's next? I can't break in. Well, I could break into the Sith embassy right now.
You got any armor plating for my swoop bike?
Yes, I have a fine piece right here. A little dented, but still serviceable, and a real bargain at that price.
I thought this garbage was free. You actually sell this junk? You fish are a strange breed.
Get out of my store. I'm sick of you Sith and your stupid jokes. I've got real customers to worry about. I don't need you coming in here and making fun of my inventory every day.
Don't worry, junk man. When I want garbage, I'll be back.
I don't think you have anything to actually offer me. I'm here to make fun of you. Inventory. Actually, do need a couple more repair kits for HK. And we'll get him a heavy plating. I think he needs another flamethrower and a gravity generator, maybe? Nah. Okay, well, that'll be an investment in your future then. Let's see if we can get it now, actually. It's level 13. Okay, he'll get it automatically. Let's just auto level then. Keep him on the same track that he's going.
Yes? What?
Wait, he's level 13 now. Cool. Alright.
I know you. You're the arbiter in the murder trial. Elasa was a friend of mine. If there's any justice in the galaxy, they'll feed sunray to the Phyrexians. Shouldn't you be preparing for the trial? What are you doing here?
I want to ask you some
You
questions.
can ask, but I doubt you'll get many answers you'll like.
Do you know about the Sunry
I know
case?
he'd already be tried, convicted, and executed if the Selkath knew anything about justice. But the fish people are as weak as the Republic when it comes to such matters. Is there anything else?
Why is the Republic hiring so many mercenaries?
Who knows? Some scheming plot, no doubt. Hopefully the Selkath uncover it and ban the Republic from the planet. Is there anything else? Go. Stay.
No problem. Didn't work.
Damn it. So then the Republic Embassy, and then I think I find a way to break into the Sith Embassy. Give me a second. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. Get into the Sith Embassy. Gotta talk to the Republic soldiers here.
Welcome to Manon. I'm Roland Wan. As the official representative of the Republic Embassy on this planet, I'm here to help all citizens of the Republic should they require aid.
I'm on a mission from the Jedi Council. Perhaps you can help me with it.
Oh, of course. Of course, I'll do whatever I can. But I'm only a simple diplomatic representative of the Republic. I doubt I can be of any use to the Jedi Council.
I seek a star map, the remnant of an ancient and forgotten race.
Ancient and forgotten race. And you think it may be here on Manon?
You know something.
Well, perhaps. But if you want to get information about that, you'll have to do something for me first.
Come on, tell me.
Oh, no. You do what I want and maybe I can help you out. Until then, nothing.
Well, it was worth a shot.
A submersible reconnaissance droid in the ocean surrounding Otto City, and it was damaged. It took a data recording of the outside of the city before being driven off by the Phyraxan sharks. But while it was returning to the surface, it encountered difficulties and was disabled. Its automatic systems floated it to the surface, but we could not retrieve it in time. The Sith were applying subtle pressure to the Selkath authorities for some reason we've not determined, and were able to delay us long enough that they could retrieve the droid before we did. The droid's data centers are heavily encrypted, so it will take the Sith several days, we believe, to get to its data. It was captured 12 hours ago. It is imperative that we get it back.
Where's the droid?
We're sure, in the Sith embassy here on Manon. Since we have no remaining soldiers to spare, and certainly not our elite ones, we have no one capable of entering the Sith base and retrieving it. That is what we would ask you to do.
How do I get into the base?
Several leads we've been working on to get into the Sith base. Any of them should work for you, although it might be wise to concentrate your efforts on just one. The first method that's possible is to help us interrogate a Sith prisoner we managed to catch after he tried to infiltrate our base. He's being held just inside our enclave. We think he may be able to give us the passcode that the Sith give their informers to enter the base. He has proved most resilient so far.
Interrogating the prisoner sounds good, but is there another way?
To pick up a crate of blank Sith data cards, the type they use for passcards. The encryption system to unlock them is very difficult, however. But if you are more skilled than our technicians, you may be able to gain access that way.
Is there another way?
To give them exclusive use of one of the main hangar bays. Visiting Sith Masters use this bay to land, then take a speeder over the water to an external entrance to the Sith Enclave. The luckless spy we mentioned earlier had a passcard to that hangar on him. While it is surely well guarded, it may prove to be the most direct route. Here's the card. The Sith base itself is very heavily guarded. If they became aware of your presence, I fear you would be quickly outnumbered and killed. Here is a pass card to get you inside our facility. You should find all you need to get started in there. You can choose whichever of the methods you want, as long as you get in the base and get the data recording back. Which method do you think you would like to try first?
I think I'll decrypt the pass card.
We've been working at that for a while, but it's been too difficult so far. Maybe you'll have better luck. I wish you luck in your task. Should you retrieve the data recording from the droid, return it here to me, and we can see about getting you that information.
I do have to ask him about the Sunry case, though.
Time is a critical... Have you managed to...
Bastard! Fine.
So you're the one who's gonna try to get into the Sith base, eh? Huh. Good luck, you're gonna need it. This is our main computer room here. We got the box of pass cards we got from the Sith, but we haven't been able to break their encryption yet. We have been able to decode the numeric system they use, but there are holes in our terminal sequence patterns.
What kind of holes?
The encryption system is composed of 6 matrices. Each is based on a mathematical method. The holes we're missing are the final number in each of the strings. Most are simple, but the final 2 matrices seem to be much more difficult. The second last matrix has a pattern looping back on itself, or something. And the last is divided into smaller subparts. Maybe the pattern for that is within each part. But I have to admit, all this is a bit over my head. I haven't even been able to slice past the first matrix, and I've been at this for hours. I've ruined a dozen cards already. But the good thing is we have a whole box of them, so you don't have to worry about running out anytime soon. Since Roland said you were cleared, you can use the computer freely. I'll be here if you have any questions.
Yay, I'm bad at math. System booting. Status. Pending. Continue. Loading. Rep op layer. Success. Command query. Decrypt Sith pass card. Slice Republic system. Access restricted data archives. Downloading Sunry incident archive success. The computer screen switches to a fish-eye view from some sort of small surveillance droid on a wall. A beautiful young woman enters the room, followed by a much older man. As she walks further into the room, he softly closes the door, pulls a blaster, and shoots her in the back. This must be some sort of secret recording of Sunry murdering Alassa. As Arbiter, you must defend Sunry. As Arbiter, you must defend Sunry to the best of your ability. However, you have found a data recording that clearly shows Sunry killing the Sith woman Alassa. Can you continue your role of Arbiter impartially, knowing that your client has committed such a crime? We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. It's the crypt keycards. Accessing additive matrix. Terminal sequence. 1, 2 is 3, 3 plus 1 is 4, 4 plus 2 plus 1 is 7, 7 plus 4 is 11, 11 plus 7 is... what? 1 plus 1 is 2, 2 plus 2 is 4... I'm gonna be real, I'm dumb, so we're gonna be here for a bit. The additive matrix is 1, 2, 4, 7, 11, 16. Four. Okay, so it doesn't tell me which one is the right one. Terminal sequence 1, 2, 4, 7, 11, 16. 2, 2 plus 1 is... 5, 6. Oh, okay, so it's 16 plus 6, which is 22. Accessing subtractive matrix. They're all using different numbers in between them. It wasn't that it was a 1 plus 1 is 2 or anything. It was that 1 plus 1 is 2, and then it goes 2 plus 2 is 4, then the next number being 3. So it would be the last number added to the... or it'll be a number, the number in between that gets added to the next number. Accessing subtractive matrix. Terminal sequence 21, 18, 16, 15, 15, 16. So there's a transition to a negative number there, meaning that would get higher again. 21 minus 18 results in 3. No. Yeah, 3. 18 minus 16 results in a minus of 2. 16 minus 15 is equal to a minus of 1. 0, a negative 1, a negative 2 would be next, meaning that it would go back to 18. Accessing the multiplicative matrix. 1 times 2 is 2. 2 times 2 is 4. 3 times 2... no. 2 times 4 is 8. 8 times 2 is 16. Oh, okay, so it's just multiplying the last number by 2. Is 4. 4 times 2 is 8. 8 times 2 is 16. 16 times 2 is 32. 32 times 2 is 64. Terminating multiplicative matrix. Accessing divisive matrix. 128 divided by 2 is 64. 64 divided by 2 is 32. 32 divided by 2 is 16. 16 divided by 2 is 8. 8 divided by 2 is 4. And 4 divided by 2 is 2. Accessing the exponential matrix terminal sequence. So it's 1 to the power of something results in... no. One, 32, 81, 64, 25. 132, 81, 64, 25. There's no way in hell this game needs you to do derivatives or anything, so it's not going to be that. But there is some baser number here. Any number by an exponent results, or by an exponent of 0 results in 1. Any number by an exponent of 1 results in the same number, though. And it couldn't be 32. So then there's a common number here that some kind of exponential value results in all of these. But 25 can't be divided by anything in particular, at least evenly. You could do 5, I guess. So then by that logic, 5, what do you do to get 64 is 8. 8 times 8 is 64. 9 times 9 is 81. What gets 32? 6 times 6 is 36. 5 times 5 is 25. So you couldn't do 1 to get 32. But if we go off the other list, 5 times 5 is... Or if we work from backwards, the first one is 5, or the last one, 25 being the last one, is 5, making 64 8, 81 9. So 9, 8, 5, 3. Because there's already a 9. 32 and 1 aren't anything that can be done in particular. No, wait, but it's possible. Because exponential, I keep thinking in the squared of exponential. But if you did the cube root of 4, you'd get 32, because 4 times 4 is 16. 6 times 4... No. There's a number to get the 32, I just don't remember which one. It wasn't 4. 4 times 4 is 16. 6 times 4 is 24, so it becomes way too much. Two times 2 is 4. 4 times 2 is 8. 8 times 2 is 16. It's the fifth root of... It's the exponential 5 of 2. $81 could be the 9th of 3. I'm actually getting a calculator out now. 3 times 3 times 3. Oh my god, I've got it. Okay. So, if 32 is the fifth root of 2, so 2 times 2 times 2 times 2 times 2 results in 32, then 3 times 3 times 3 times 3 is the fourth root of, or not fourth root, fourth exponent of 81, or of 3, making 64 the third root of 4. So 4 times 4 is 16 times 4 is 64. The fifth root of 25 results in 5 times 5, so 5 squared, results in 25, meaning it'd be the first of 6, so 6 to the power of 1. Results in 6. And that would make sense because 1 to the power of anything, which in this case would have been 1 to the power of 6, is still just 1 because it's 1. Accessing logarithmic matrix. Terminal sequence pairs 10, 83, 32, 5, 20, 128. Log values are always at something to the value of 10. You know what? I'm feeling lucky. We're just gonna start in the dark this one. Yo, it was 7! I'm smart as shit!
Hey, great! You sliced the encryption on those cards. They changed.
Alright.
So, you're the one Roland has got to help us interrogate this prisoner. I hope your Jedi powers will come in useful. This one has been most resistant. He's a Sith spy we picked up a little while ago, snooping around outside trying to get in. We thought he was suspicious and brought him inside when the Selkath weren't looking. But it seems the Sith have done a pretty good job of conditioning this guy, and we haven't been able to break him yet.
What did they do to him?
The Sith protect their really important spies with some sort of mental force feedback system. They can turn their minds in on themselves, so force compulsions won't affect them. Combine this with conventional training to resist interrogation, and sometimes it takes months to get them to tell what they know. Do you want to interrogate him now?
Yeah.
Well, the training the Sith gave him will protect him from most normal interrogation techniques, and also from forced persuasion. We have found a few hooks you might find useful. He was with another man when he was first spotted. We think it was another spy, but we didn't manage to catch him. We also seized some personal documents he had on him when he was captured. It would seem that he's married to a woman named Tila. We checked this in our computers, and it seems to hold up. We've sent a couple of agents to investigate, but it may be a while.
What do I have to work with?
What we have here is your standard issue truth serum. It should make him spill his guts in no time. But there is a catch.
A catch?
Because of his conditioning, he's able to resist it at small doses. But if you give him too much, his body realizes what you're trying to do and shuts his mind down completely. If you do that, you'll have to inject him with an antidote that neutralizes the truth serum. Unfortunately, that too has a drawback.
I detect a pattern here.
Short-term memory loss. This may work to your advantage because you can try the same tactic over and over again. But if you use it too much, he may forget everything we want to know. Shall we get it started then? Hey, you.
Yeah.
Wake up. Someone wants to talk to you.
Interrogate him.
What do you want?
Maybe we should do something about Tila.
Tila? How did you find out about her?
We can make life easy for both of you here in the Republic.
You think bribes will work? You must be dumber than I thought to think that a Sith would join the losing side just for credits.
We have her already. She may be spared if you talk.
Please don't hurt her. Please.
Talk, or something may happen to
Do
her.
whatever you want. I know you will fail. My fellow Sith are probably...
Let's try something else. We know about your companion.
What companion?
Perhaps we would give you back to the Sith, but keep him.
They would never believe we let you go so easily, but they would all too happily believe you betrayed them.
All right. All right. I'll tell you what you want to know.
What's the passcode to the Sith base?
It's Zeta 245698 Alpha. Just no more.
Good. With this pass, you should be able to get into the Sith base without trouble. Just don't delay too long, or they might learn that he's been captured.
All this to just go through the front door anyways.
Have you managed to retrieve the data from our droid in the Sith base? Time is a
No, I have not. Alright, let's go back, talk to Sunry, and then get into the Sith Embassy.
How much for all this stuff, Tybark?
For the Sith, a month's pay, but since you are a member of the Republic, I will charge you a week's salary.
Thanks, Tybark. Catch you next week. I always shop here. Tybark's prices are the best in the city.
Come in, come in. You honor my humble store with your presence. All of Manan has heard tell of your glorious swoop riding exploits. I carry many other choice items of the highest quality, items a celebrity of your stature might be interested in. Let me see what you've got. As you wish, human. My inventory contains the finest Aratech equipment you can find on Manan. All of it far superior to the Zerkakor swill the Sith are so fond of. I think I have enough med packs right now. Maybe a better blaster rifle for HK. Hi, friend. Maybe that Zabrak blaster rifle. It's pretty pricey though. We'll come back and check it out later. Even though he has joined your group, Jolie remains a somewhat mysterious character. Maybe you should speak to him about why he chose to come with you. Speak to Jolie. Why did you decide to come with me?
Yourself a fast little ship. I forgot what engine sounded like. Closest thing to that on Kashyyyk is an Uller in mating season. Ugh, frightful.
So you wanted to ride on my ship.
Or it could be for the free food. What's the gunk that comes out of the synthesizer on this bucket anyway? Do you never clean the darn thing?
No, seriously, tell me.
Oh, damn it. I'm allowed to be enigmatic when I want to be. And don't you go telling me otherwise. You know, you remind me of someone else I knew ages ago. Pleasant enough fellow, great destiny, all of that. Breath like a bantha.
Is this a comment on my breath?
But it could be. An Anduvian salt tablet would clear that right up. Where was I? Oh, yes. Andor Vex was his name. The force swirled around him like a hurricane. That's how great his destiny was.
Never heard of him.
You wouldn't have. Sometimes swirling force is just swirling force. It gets us old Jedis excited at our age, so we go, ooh, destiny. Well, it turned out that poor Andor believed a wee bit too much in the infallibility of that destiny. That overconfidence turned out to be his downfall.
Is there supposed to be some hidden meaning in this?
No. Are you overconfident? I hadn't noticed. Even if I had, I would never comment on it. We're talking about Andor, remember? Let's see. Oh yes, Andor's downfall. I was pretty young myself when it happened. At the time, I thought that Andor's destiny couldn't be more boring.
How young are we talking?
Let's just say that I was a strapping young lad with a full head of hair, and Coruscant was a small town with a well. I was just about to abandon Andor to whatever the Force intended for him when his ship was overtaken by a Dimian warship. Now, you've probably never heard of the Dimians, but at the time they were a nasty lot led by a nastier overlord named Krat. Tall fellow, big teeth. Krat has us hauled up to the bridge of his ship for questioning, and that's when I knew that Andor's destiny was at hand.
Andor killed Krat, I take it?
Haven't you been listening? It was not in the way you probably expect, though. Well, Andor decides that his destiny makes him invulnerable and starts making all sorts of demands. Free me now. I'm not answering questions. Blah, blah, blah. Don't you know who I am? Krat decides he's had enough and begins crushing Andor's neck. I told the boy he should have kept his mouth shut. I think he agreed, too. Or this could have just been gurgling noises. Anyway, finally, Krat has enough of Andor and tosses him aside into this giant energy intake shaft. Andor gets sucked in and starts...
Hey, calm down, pork chop.
Screaming. Maybe Andor hit something sensitive on the way down, or just didn't agree with the reactor core.
Hey, he's growling at me because I have some food here. Well, I want to eat it. I'll play a little bit further until I take a break.
Everyone panics, and I run, barely making it to the ship in time before the explosion. Krat dies horribly, and the Dimians never quite recover. Changed the political course of the entire sector for centuries to come. I'd call that quite a destiny, wouldn't you?
But how can you even be sure Andor was responsible?
Are you kidding? What are the odds of that happening anyway? 1,000,000,000 to 1? You should do so well as to be sucked into the engine of some evil Sith Lord, you know. Andor was a hero. Sort of. Anyway, go on. My throat is dry and you're making me cranky. Shoo!
Ah, old man.
I hear you've been appointed as arbiter in Sun...
Was Sundry having an affair?
Don't insult us both. Sundry is a just and
Hey, come
honorable
down.
man. How dare you accuse him of such a thing?
Now, Elora. We're not here to pass judgment, my dear. We do need to know everything if we're here to help, yes?
Yes. Yes, he was having an affair. He was seeing that Sith woman. After all these years we've been together, he just struck me like that. Not publicly, oh no. But inside, that's what it feels like. He started seeing Alassa last year. I had my suspicions for a while, but he was careless. Pretty soon everyone knew. But even though I'm sure that harlot was only using him, I know he couldn't have killed her. He came and confessed to the affair to me. He said he was going there to break it off, to end it. Maybe the Sith woman attacked him, and he had to defend himself. But even though he cheated on me, inside he's still the man I loved. Love. He's too kind and gentle to have killed her in cold blood.
He's killed many Sith before.
That was a long time ago, in a war far, far away. He's changed now, settled down. Oh, just please, prove his innocence.
Don't worry, Alora. I'll save him. Nope,
This is
your
all
husband might not be
a
so
plot to
innocent.
discredit the Republic. Sunry is a victim of a Sith frame-up.
It's possible.
Find the real...
Joey, coming to check in on an old man? I must confess, I would rather you were here to speak to the warden and begin my trial. Soon, old friend. We don't want to go to trial until we've got the whole picture. Oh, I grow weary of staring at these four bare walls. But I suppose you know what you're doing. You know, the role of arbiter cannot be taken lightly. Go ahead,
There's a few things you have to clear up.
ask what you need to. I've got nothing to hide.
Were you and Elisa having an affair?
No, what this must look like, yes. Yes, we were having an affair. I know it was wrong, but I'm a weak man. Elisa was beautiful and young. How was I to resist her charms? But I didn't kill her. I loved her. Please. I know I made a terrible mistake getting involved with Elisa, but I was going there to break it off with her. I did it, but found out later that she was dead. I don't deserve to go to jail just for having an affair, do I? You have to help me prove that I wasn't the killer.
Let's go over the evidence.
Well, I can tell you it wasn't easy. She was young and beautiful. But I love Alora. I knew I had to do it. I broke it off quickly as I could, and then I left. I found out later she'd been murdered when the Selkath authorities came knocking on my door. But let's look at the facts they've given. Elisa was brutally killed. Think about that. She was a Sith, trained in battle, and I'm just a crippled old man. My war injuries make it difficult for me to walk, even to hold things. See how my hands are shaking? How could I kill a Sith warrior at close quarters? I ask you. Further, obviously the Sith. I hope you can see anything else I can... Go ahead, ask.
There was a Rhodian who planted evidence at the murder scene.
I didn't know there were any Rhodians on Manan. Oh, except for Tyvark and this one named Glupar who was hanging around the hotel all the time. Okay, so maybe there are a whole bunch of Rhodians on Manan. But what does that matter? If he planted evidence at the scene, it's a clear sign of a frame-up. He probably took all the evidence of the real killer at the same time. The evidence of a Sith conspiracy keeps getting stronger, doesn't it? I suspect there's still stuff you want to clear up. Go ahead, ask. Ask what you need to. I've got nothing to hide.
I know you're guilty, Sunry. I've got the Republic's data recording.
The truth is out. I never meant to kill her, you know. When I found out she was a Sith spy using me to gain information, something inside me just snapped. She didn't know I had found out. So I waited until she fell asleep. And then I killed her. Simple, really. But once I realized what I'd done, I panicked. I contacted those spies from the Republic to help me. I found the illegal monitoring device that the Sith had planted in the room, altered its recording to hide my part in it, and cleared up the evidence. I figured that was the end of it.
But the Sith found out the truth, didn't they?
Must have been spying on me and Elisa, trying to make sure she wasn't a double agent. They must have seen the Republic spies getting rid of all the evidence, so they planted their own evidence. Elisa must have stolen that hero's cross from me long ago and given it to her Sith masters like some kind of trophy. I just thought I'd misplaced it. But when the cross turned up on her body, I knew the Sith had put it there. So, now you know the whole story. What are you going to do?
I don't know yet.
I'm some kind of monster, don't you? All I did was kill a Sith. How many Sith have you killed? Dozens? Hundreds? Thousands?
That's different, Sunry, and you know it. We don't kill them in cold blood while they sleep.
I don't see how the two of us are any different. She was a spy. She was using me to get information so Malak's army could destroy the Republic. She deserved to die.
Killing your lover while she sleeps is murder, even if she is a Sith.
I'm looking at 20 years in prison. And the Otto City officials might even place Kolto sanctions on the Republic Embassy. Without Kolto, how can we treat the injuries to our soldiers on the front lines?
These are just excuses, Sunry. We both know you have to own up to your crimes.
I can't do that. And put the Republic's supply of Kolto in danger. No, I won't. Now look, I may have done something stupid. And it may only be worse for my standing by it, but I will not confess. If you turn me in, the Republic will likely lose its Kolto export privileges, and then we'll lose the war for sure. Are you going to send all those thousands, millions like Taurus to their deaths just for your sense of justice?
Sunry, this is wrong and you know it. I am a Jedi. What is it that you expect me to do to defend your actions?
You do whatever you have to, Jolie. I know what I did. But I also know what's at stake here. No, I'll rot in here if I have to. I won't betray the Republic. Do what you have to. But know what the consequences will be.
Got something on you. What? You think because I'm a man could have changed a lot? He was a good man. I wouldn't mind helping the fellow.
Okay, he doesn't have anything directly to say about the whole dialogue that just happened.
Lies! It must be! I knew the Sith would never let a Republic hero get away! You must find Sunry innocent! This is all a...
It's possible.
Find the real...
Okay, and... now the Sith Embassy. Jolie, buddy.
Sure.
Oh, come on.
Yes?
Ready.
Da ba da da da.
You there. I don't recognize you. How did you get in here?
I know the passcode.
Passcode is out of date, and I don't Commander Gran.
Okay, fine.
You authorized this person to enter. I don't know them, and their identification doesn't match up. They're spies.
What? Sound the alarm! Droids, destroy them!
HK is taking it, dude. God damn. That plating is doing work. Oh, hi there. Pork chop. We have the data module.
Ready.
Yes?
Should have saved that.
Yes?
Should have saved that. Should have saved that.
Ready.
What?
I don't think I have the ability to get through its damage thresholds. Not effectively, at least. Okay, bad. Whoa, lag. Die already. Forgot about these tough sons of bitches. Cool. I forget how much these things just suck. I think I'll get the thing that gives me a +1 on my lightsaber attacks too next this upcoming level, if I have another feat to pick. I'll let this autoplay. I'll be back. Alright, I'm back, guys.
Yes?
Just because those droids suck, I'd rather get a panic save in. Ooh, death. No. I'm doing a lot more damage though with this improved strike. Alright, this is a whole ass other puzzle. We'll explore the rest of the facility and go through there in a bit. Oh no! I still have this corn too, so I'm probably gonna need all this. Thank you. Ooh, I'm gonna die. Oh yeah, I can beat them all. I just need to stop getting stun locked. Cool.
What?
I don't like how much I'm panic saving, but better safe than sorry. Hello there. And that just leads back here. Okay.
Warning, activating flow control may flood occupied chambers.
Oh, okay. I think I get it. I'm bad at this puzzle.
Warning, activate. Warning, activating flow control may. Warning, water. Warning, activating.
I am smart. SMRT. It was completely on accident. I can't take too much credit for that. It's such a different fight when you guys can't stun lock me in it. We're absolutely here just to get more levels. I think I'm close to a level. Eh, not too close. Poor kid. Intruders. Should we sound the alarm, Sasha? No, wait. We cannot always be running to the Masters for help. We should handle this on our own. Perhaps this is a test the Sith have prepared for us. What are you doing here? Only masters and apprentices are allowed in here. I'm Duncan Star. Shayla is me investigating the disappearance of young Selkath. I told you your father would get suspicious, Sasha. He always hated the Sith. My father doesn't understand. He is blinded by his own prejudice. The Sith are teaching us mastery of the Force. Our alliance with the Sith will bring strength to Manan and the Selkath people. Republic propaganda. The Sith are victims of lies and half-truths. They are not monsters, no more so than the Republic. The Sith have promised to guide us in the use of the Force as a sign of their good faith. And once the Republic is defeated, the Sith have promised to withdraw from Manan and respect our independence. The Sith want to corrupt you. Spare us your lies. The Sith have treated us with nothing but respect. You speak as if we are prisoners here, but we can leave whenever we wish. Our friend Galus chose to leave, and he has returned safely to his home in Otto City. Shasha, what if they speak the truth? Remember what happened to Taurus. Taurus is nothing but a Republic lie. If the Sith are such monsters, then prove it to us. Surely there must be some evidence of the horrors they commit. Sith are evil, Shasa. They will use you to conquer Manan for the Kotor. Give me some time, I will find proof the Sith are evil. We will not report your presence to our Sith masters yet. If you bring us proof of Sith lies and torture, we will return to our families and report this to the Otto City authorities. Until then, we shall stay here and continue our training in the ways of the Force. tell, Shasa, the Sith. The tortured Selkath was holding some sort of token. Have you brought us evidence to back up your accusations? Have you found proof the Sith are evil as you claim? I have found a young Selkath dying from torture. He gave me this. Sasa, there's a pin. Oh, hello, gamer. Welcome to the chat. You could have found this anywhere for all we know. You killed Galas. I'm doing good. How about you? The Sith tortured him to death, Shasa. You know it's true. Oh, great. Cool. This is going to be the dice roll. Yeah, it's a Monday. Really can't complain. But okay is better than, bad. More definite answers. I'm tired, TBH. Long Monday? I haven't found the evidence yet. Damn it, normally I'm used to the pin being the only thing that we need. No, I'm just a vibe, honestly. If you're not falling asleep sometime after 2 in the morning, are you really living in the year 2023? What are you playing this on? I'm actually playing it on my Series X right now. I have it on PC, but my PC's not the best setup, so normally whenever I play anything on it, I do... Oh, thanks for the follow, man. Always appreciated. My PC's just not set up for streaming too well yet. Play this on Switch. It's on... Oh my god, yeah, it is on Switch.
I recognize you. Lord Malak was most displeased when he learned you had escaped Taris alive. He has promised a great...
How does it play on Switch? I mean, it's an older game, so I assume it's fine, but Switch ports. Well, what got you frustrated with it?
See? What did I tell you? As you wish, my eager apprentices. We shall remove this...
Too many things. It's an older game, and it's a bit harder to get into with some of the other stuff. As a kid, it took me a little bit to get past the whole RPG mechanic of like how this is right now with like the pausing and queuing up actions and stuff. But on a certain level, but I did play Jedi Survivor, and I've been looking to play Jedi Survivor, but I haven't finished Fallen Order yet. So I decided to do this for my May the 4th stream. Honestly though, this game isn't like inherently bad. It's just really hard to play a game that really ooh, I'm gonna die here. Oh, fuck. I don't remember when the save was. Oh, I remember when the save was, okay. I'm probably gonna play Jedi Survivor after I finish Fallen Order off, but like as far as all the Star Wars games I've played, this to this day is probably still my favorite. And it's absolutely dated to shit. A few years ago they announced they were going to do a remaster for that, and I think sometime last year they announced that it's going to be like on an indefinite hold. So they know people want the game, I just think they don't have the right development team to do it in the most respectful way. Mouth is dry, so I got a popsicle. Honestly, I don't know where you live, but you know, with it being summer, everywhere's gonna be getting hot here in a bit. Oh, God damn it. Oh, Canada, nice. I have an old friend who lives out in Canada. I don't remember exactly where, but we used to play Halo Reach together. But a lot of the problems of this game really boil down to the fact that it is really just D&D, but in a video game form. So it's all just a matter of dice rolls and stuff. You can overlevel and do certain things to like a specific amount to kind of leverage your stuff about living in Canada. Jesus! That's kind of a thing that PS5 is doing. I don't have a PS5. I don't have a PS5, so I don't know if that's applied to like everything, but I remember that being like a big announcement that a lot of their first party games were going to be more expensive. Because Xbox has a deal with EA for a lot of their stuff, I think we get a discount on the store for them. As long as we have like Game Pass and stuff though. Non-first party, Jesus. As a whole, there's a reason why I'm staying on Xbox, is because I don't like a lot of the business practices PlayStation has been getting up to.
Why doesn't John answer earlier? Yeah, why
Sure. And you need? Acknowledgement? Yes?
How did you get in here? Wait, Lord Malak.
Well, let me get See? What
as you wish.
Honestly, that was part of the reason initially why I didn't get into PlayStation too much. But it's not that big of a thing. A lot of my friends have PlayStations, so I'm used to the thumbstick placement. Also, as a guy who worked at GameStop, I really didn't like a lot of the way that the PlayStation stuff was being handled, both in console drops and everything else. Especially because Xboxes were just so much easier to get. It felt like a little bit much on how hard PlayStation was going for a lot of their next-gen stuff, when no one had any of the next-gen consoles yet. As for this game, before we get too far from it, though, I do recommend you give it an honest try. If it's a matter of the difficulty, if it's a matter of the difficulty, you can. If it's a matter of the difficulty, you can actually go into gameplay here and lower the difficulty. Normally, I play on hard, but for the sake of the stream, I'm playing it on normal. But yeah, a lot of the inherent things of this are all D&D based, so you can actually just have bad dice rolls and have your initial experience of the game ruined because you consistently rolled like 3s or 4s. Funny thing is, when I went to get Jedi Survivor, I had to get a $25 and a $75 PSN card, but I was $1 and something short. I don't know how it works in Canada. That makes sense though. But what's it called? At least with Xbox, if you go to like a store and buy like the PSN cards or Xbox cards, Xbox will let you put any whole dollar amount on it. So if you needed the $100, you could have put $101 on Xbox currency, because GameStop at least would let you print out any dollar amount you want. Yeah, I'm not gonna fault you for that. I love Halo. I love basically like a good chunk of the Xbox exclusives that there are. But PlayStation kind of just hits theirs out of the park a lot more often. And when I say that, really, I only think of God of War as a shining example. Horizon never really grabbed me, and like Jack and Daxter was the only other game that I liked franchise-wise from them, and they've not done anything with it. So, while I think it's a better AAA experience in total for God of War, God of War alone isn't enough to warrant me going back. We have Spider-Man, God of War. Yeah, I'm not gonna deny that, but like Last of Us, I didn't like the direction that they took Last of Us 2 when I was watching a lot of it. Last of Us 1 looked amazing. You guys have a lot of games, but it's not ever enough to warrant me going for it, especially because however much people are hating on Halo Infinite on Xbox, it was a really good game. At least in my opinion. Have you brought us evidence to back up your accusations? Have you found proof the Sith are evil as you claim? So hyped for Marvel Spider-Man 2, and it's supposed to come out this year, but it'll probably come out around November. That way they can get the hype for the shopping spree with Black Friday and Christmas shopping. I found a young Selkath dying from torture here. He gave me this. Shasha, this is the pin I gave Gallus when we were children. There is blood on it. We're gonna skip that. People are saying it's supposed to come out in September. I wouldn't be surprised about that. Just sometime in the fall, like winterish area. Just again, that way people will be able to buy it for Black Friday and for Christmas. I skipped a lot of that dialogue just because
Just be careful with those gifts you've already learned.
the Selkath voice is kind of hurt. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they bring it out in September, just because they'll be able to generate hype in time for November. Jedi Survivor was 48 gig. What's it called? It's a big game. My buddy played it on his PC, and honestly, that's I think a business decision that I both appreciate and for that Sony's made, is that they're starting to put more of their first party stuff on PC. Xbox has been doing it too, so like on one hand, hey, Xbox did it first, but eventually once my PC gets a few more parts and stuff, I can just play God of War on my PC instead of having to invest $600 on a console that I'm not too hyped about. But yeah, I'm 100% not surprised it's a big game. If I'm going to be completely honest, most of my hype for any other games that are coming out this year is really just the Elden Ring DLC right now, though. Jedi Survivor had my like interest, and I'm going to definitely play the shit out of it when I get to it. But I loved Elden Ring. I play FromSoft games like pretty often. I'm going to be playing Armored Core when that comes out later on too. It's absolutely not for everyone. Again, to quote Elden Ring, or to quote GameStop experience, I've had plenty of people go in and talk about Elden Ring and say it's like it's such a hard game and all this stuff. And not to discredit them, it is, but you kind of have to have a little bit of like masochistic sadist kind of mindset to like keep pushing through it at times. What definitely helps too is if you were like curious of the game world, absolutely play Elden Ring like with a friend. I helped one of my friends and she's like very not into playing those difficult games, and Elden Ring was like her favorite game for a few months after that. Even with the difficulty options, so Jedi Survivor's baby's first, or like your first FromSoft game. Oop. You there, human. You are placed under the arrest of the Auto City Civil Authority. But Jedi Survivor is not meant to be the true, like, all-out punishment that, like, FromSoft games are supposed to be. And I think that's amazing, because Jedi and Jedi Survivor and Star Wars games as a whole are like, their whole gimmick's meant to be relatively accessible, so that way you have generations of fans who are trying to play the games. I don't think there's inherently wrong with FromSoft games being difficult and not having a difficulty option, and games that are made to be accessible having difficulty options. Especially because Jedi Survivor is such a good game. Oh, hardest difficulty is really pushing. Oh, 100%. Again, as a dude who's played FromSoft games, like playing Fallen Order the first time, like I definitely had me a few moments where it was still pretty tough, and I played on the harder difficulty too. I never finished the game, but like it definitely was one of those games that could push you if you let it. So again, like applause to them. They took the time to make sure that the game felt good, whether you were going for more of the experience or more of like the actual Dark Souls like difficulty kind of thing. What? Why? Though the Sith embassy here is considered sovereign territory of the Sith Empire, we have been monitoring an alarming number of weapon discharges and detonations from within the base. Played on the Jedi Knight difficulty, so it was a balanced experience. Yeah. Inquiries to the staff of the embassy yielded no response. It would seem that contact had been cut. I'm assuming you're tuning into my stream, which one I appreciate, and two is more so because you're a Star Wars fan in general. Our cameras recorded you entering the base shortly before contact was lost and fighting apparently began. It is the conclusion of the Auto City Civil Authority that you were responsible for the disturbance here, and you are hereby placed under arrest. You will come with us to await your trial. As material witnesses, the individuals who accompany you will be detained at your vessel, and the vessel itself prohibited from leaving Manan. I grew up with Star Wars. How do you think the remake of this game will play? That's the thing that I'm worried about. Honestly. This game's story before Disney came and did their whole wash of the franchise was amazing. So like I want it to play good, but as a fan, I don't know if I want it to be a full... Yeah, it's probably not going to be the same. What I'm thinking it's going to be like is how the Final Fantasy VII remake went, with it being kind of similar in its whole RPG mechanics of, you know, dice rolls and everything, to something a bit more involved of the action RPG that the remake for Final Fantasy VII plays like. That's how I expect it to be, at least. I don't know if I want it to be like that, but at the same time, if I wanted to play like the dated pause gameplay style that this has, I could just come back and play this. So I think I'd be okay with him doing a remake that was something that blurred the lines. When do you think the remake will come out? That's the thing that I'm kind of sad about. with EA having lost its exclusivity for a lot of the licenses for Star Wars, they there's a lot of room for other companies to kind of do what they want and have fun with it. And I expect there to be a lot of great things like the remake here. But I don't think we're going to see anything coming from the remake for this game for at least another few years. Just because this has so much like involvement with so many hands from BioWare and EA and now Disney and LucasArts that it's just going to be a hell to even have the rights to do this the way they want to, as well as the time and money to make it a faithful recreation that, as a Star Wars fan, I admit, we're fickle and want things a specific way. They have to work with all of that and make the game a specific way that'll make as many people as they can happy. Oh, 100%. They're making a third game. That thing's a money printer. Yes, Arbiter, the one who defends you before the judges of the Selkath people. Yeah, we'll endeavor to prove to them that you are not guilty of the heinous crimes that you are accused of, Off-Worlder. What's it called? Once Jedi Survivor came out, my buddy played that straight till he 100%ed it and just gushed to me immediately about how amazing of a game it is. It's a show that takes place between Jedi Survivor and the third game. Not knowing what happens between it, I'd be okay with that just off of principle, especially because I didn't like the sequel trilogy, and a lot of the TV stuff that's been Disney Plus TV stuff that's been happening with Star Wars has been some of the best Star Wars content that's come out in a while, in my opinion. So I'd 100% be okay with that. What have I been charged with? You have been charged with initiating violence within the Sith Embassy, murdering members of the Ambassadorial Commission of the Sith Empire, and disregarding our own laws regarding violence in Otto City. The thing is, it always blurs a line with things like that. The perks of having a TV show is that they have Cal's actual voice actor. And the voice actor is also the actor in general. So you have your casting choice already. You just have the voice actor be Cal in the franchise or the series, TV show. But it has to be done really carefully, because if not, especially if Netflix does it, you end up with The Witcher and them kind of just shoving the whole franchise up their butt. Fortunately, it's owned by Disney, so that's not going to happen. Or what I would like to see is what he did during the Clone Wars. I wouldn't turn down any Clone Wars content. I think a lot of the stuff that we're getting is going to be more High Republic stuff. So a little bit of the older things that happened in Star Wars, like around this era. And some more that's going to be in between the original trilogy and the sequel trilogy. So in between, so the development of the First Order. And I think that's a good way to go on. What can I do? I would first like to ask you a few questions regarding the events that led up to your arrest. I have already been given all relevant data on you and your companions, so that can be disregarded. For what reason did you enter the Sith Embassy? I had authorization to enter. Indeed, I find that unlikely, Off-Worlder, but perhaps the judges will be more sympathetic to your view. And that's exactly where I think a TV show should be more, encouraged. Because you have moments in history that, or at least in the franchise, that could be more fleshed out. The only reason why I'd say that shouldn't happen is because it could make for some really big moments in the third game. But if you're going to have a TV, something that's going to be geared towards being longer than the normal 2-hour runtime of a 2-hour max runtime of most movies, you need to have the characters in the world to really flesh out what's going on. And I think that Cal and, the Clone Wars area as a whole has most of that room. That's why you have Clone Wars, two cartoons. You have the Bad Batch. You have a lot of characters recurring from the prequel trilogy, like Maul, Obi-Wan. Well, Obi-Wan kind of has to. It's just perfect for them to really have fun with it. What is your prior association with a Sith? I'm on a mission to stop... No, wrong word. I'm on a mission to stop them from taking over the galaxy. But the bad thing is we would have to get a younger actor to play Cal, though. I don't think so. In the way that they kind of aged down... Luke... In the way that they kind of aged down Luke for The Mandalorian, I think you could do enough with camera angles and stuff to kind of give Cal that younger appearance that a Padawan would have. I mean, I'm sure they're probably in talks with them about doing a show or movie. The only hope I have is if they decide to do a show, it doesn't encroach too much on like some of the established stuff that the writers are doing. I'd turn down any show or anything if it meant that the writers who are working on the third game aren't being pulled away to work on a prequel Clone Wars era thing for the same franchise. If you catch my drift. I don't want them to have to suffer. How do you think Cal will die in the third game? I don't know. Again, not having played it, I can't see anything that's more like death flaggy. And without knowing what happens in the second game, I don't know where everything, all the pieces kind of line up, you know? But, like, he has to die. Just because how, you know, the First Order stuff and everything goes. But I don't know. I don't think it should be Vader who does it either. I think that's an easy out. This might sound a little dumb, but before I get into this trial, because I love these trials, sarcasm. Have you played Mass Effect? Like 3, or like, do you know how the game ends? No, I haven't. Okay, I won't spoil anything for you then. We'll end that conversation there. Absolutely play Mass Effect. The Legendary Edition's a good way to play it. I'm considering doing it on stream. Especially because we're getting another Mass Effect game. Probably sometime in the next 2 years. It's an amazing franchise. If you like Star Wars, you're already a little bit more prone to the sci-fi universe kind of stuff. The third Jedi game should be the last game. It should end at the start of A New Hope. I'd be okay with that, if not for the fact... No, they could still do it. Just because I feel like the Obi-Wan series kind of does that already to a certain degree, because Jedi Survivor takes place 5 years after Jedi Fallen. No, yeah. I think timeline-wise it makes sense. I agree that it should be something that has something to do with it. But I feel the game would better... Like, instead of Cal dying to an individual, I think his sacrifice needs to be more on a galactic scale. I don't think it's a, hey, I'm going to stay here and save my friends and die so that way Luke doesn't get found over on Tatooine or anything. I think it needs to be some galactic threat that warrants his life coming to an end. And there is no shortage of that in Star Wars, so I think that could happen. I plead not guilty. Let the record show that this trial has commenced. Presiding our judge's cell. I'm just gonna skip this because it's a lot of talking. TLDR, these trials suck, and we're gonna do another 2 of them while we're here. I was investigating the disappearances of young Selkath. TLDR though, they're because Manan, the planet we're on, is really pushing hard for neutrality. But between the war with the Republic and the Sith, they really. Yeah, the third game should be the last. No, 100%. I think any game franchise needs to understand that they've struck gold and to leave it where it is. As much as I, like the direction that Halo's going, if they left it at 3 and maybe Reach, it would have gone down as one of the best franchises in the world. But then you have 4 that kind of made people a little meh, and 5 that was admittedly a little meh. And now Infinite, where the community's so split, you end up with bad situations. I have this datapad as proof. But at TLDR, they hold all these trials and stuff to try to keep things as civil as possible. Normally the result of these trials is the Republic or the Sith having more sanctions placed on their export of Kolto, which is pretty much Bacta before Bacta was a thing. So great for med packs, all that other crud. And if Cal doesn't die in the third game, then after that, put him in a Shower movie. I don't think they need to put him in a Shower movie. I think if they have him be there, his stuff should be referential at best. He's a guy who helps the Bad Batch with something. He's like on an episode. I don't think he should be like a B character in whatever franchise, whatever spin-off they put him in. I think he needs to be the fun nod character in an episode or two.
No.
How long do you think we're going to have to wait for the third game? I'd give it at least 4 years. Not to say that, like, they need the 4 years to do it, but I guarantee you that Jedi Survivor started development almost immediately after Fallen Order got published, so it should come out before the next-gen console. Yeah. From the perspective of next-gen consoles, I don't think we're going to see a true, quotation marks, next generation console for at least another 6 years, if I'm going to be completely honest. The console generations, this is absolutely rant time, I full on put my controller down. Console generations have been exceeding lifespans every single time. We went from like the older generations with like the original Nintendo and crud like that being maybe 4 or 5 years tops for the generation to the more modern console generations where you've had the Xbox, the 360, and then the PS4 came out in 2013. Yeah, no. It's been a while, but we're at the fine in between point in console generations where you've had extensions of PS4 lasting from 2013, the 7-year console generation difference between the PS4 to the PS5. And we're in that fine line where companies are still selling games that are cross-generation, so a PS4 version and a PS5, to where we've not really shifted over to a truly next-gen experience. Much to my personal, ick about it all. I think PlayStation and Xbox, be it because of the pandemic, Jedi Survivor wasn't on PS4. And that's the point I'm trying to make here. We've had so many games that have been geared towards coming out on the One and the PS4, as well as the Series X and the PS5, that there hasn't been a true shift into next-gen consoles like we're used to. And I think Jedi Survivor is the start of that shift to a certain degree. Because as much as I love everyone being able to play a game, the game development can't really progress if they're limiting themselves to make games that work on, frankly, more outdated tech than what we have readily available. And that's because they're doing that because, but once you play the game, you'll understand why it's not on the list. And exactly my point. It wouldn't be able to handle it. And that's the issue, that companies have been making these games to be sold on both versions of consoles because there's such a disparity in people owning PS5s and Series X's to what people typically are used to. At this point where we are in the next gen consoles, being a few years in, a majority of gamers who are like avidly playing games should have PS5s and Series X's. And I can tell you that just in this last month, most of my friends, be it for financial or just the lack of next gen consoles that are still out there, don't have Series X's. And that's just on our front. I know it's worse on PS5's front. We're not going to have a true shift to anything that's going to be a next gen console until all of the games that are being produced are being made for this current generation of consoles. When I say when I say 6 years, that's going to be like 6 years of the first 3 years of those are going to be games that are just slowly not coming out for the Xbox One or PS4 anymore. Like Jedi Survivor. Because you're not going to have that true growth and development gaming front wise until that happens. And that's the issue. It's not a true next gen console. A PS5 Pro is pretty much going to be the same thing as what a PS4 Pro was back then. A little bit faster, maybe a little bit more memory, and that's it. Like on here, and probably way more expensive too. No, that maybe just because PlayStation financially has kind of got that monopoly on its market to make decisions like that.
Hey kid, that was a good.
I'm sorry to be skipping all the dialogue, but I also want to move the story along as well. I don't expect it to be way more expensive. It's going to be like $100, $150 more expensive if anything. And if they're going to do so you're saying it wouldn't be worth it to get a PS5 Pro. It's worth it if you really feel you want it, but the only reason why you as an individual should get the in-between upgrade versions of a current gen console like your Xbox One X or your PS4 Pro should be if you don't already have a console. PS5, exactly. For my Xbox One, I had the first generation console the whole way through. I had issues with it that were either repaired or had something replaced to keep the console. But that Xbox One ran me through the whole Xbox One S and X time, and even ran me a little bit into the first year and a half of the Xbox Series X being out. There are upgrades to PS5 is fast enough to me. There are upgrades that warrant the purchase if you're looking for something to buy, because normally at that point in time, the bigger issue for your console will be storage. It's not so much the speed. Games already are loading so fast that you can have one or two of them running in the background while you're playing another game. It's less about the speed at that point and more of them tacking on extra memory. I can't remember how much we paid for the PS5. The PS5 is running around $600 after taxes, and especially because a lot of the times when you're buying a PS5, they were part of bundles because Best Buy, GameStop, and a lot of other places were really trying to drive up the prices to warrant like the sell. And this isn't like a market gouging kind of thing. This is a matter of the next gen consoles being priced the way they are, so that way they're like minimal level of like profit. I didn't get a bundle with mine, and that's good. That's probably why you played a little bit over 500, because again, GameStop, the bundles we sold were normally around 600 and up, but they included like 3 games, an extra controller, or a headset. Like, they were worth it, is what I'm saying. It's just the $500 price tag normally wasn't designed for the sake of making the people selling them the profit. They were more so getting people's foot in the door so they could buy the games and other accessories that are really going to drive the rest of the profits for the company. Sorry, I'm saving because I don't remember how the trial goes. But yeah, don't buy one of the. But I will tell you, the PS5 is way more quiet than the PS4. Oh yeah, 100%. That's one of the joys of the next gen consoles. Is you don't have to have the disc whirring and stuff like that you're typically gonna have from the last gen consoles. But in my eyes, that's more of a plus and less of a reason to buy the next gen console. You're not buying the PS5 because it's quieter than the PS4. You're buying it because you want faster loading, more memory, and a better gaming experience. It's definitely a plus, though. That wasn't the way I wanted the thing to go. No. Not to be like in a negative way. As someone who owns an Xbox and a gaming, a PC, there probably is still something I can do here. It's definitely powerful, but PCs have like a lot more things going on under the hood that allows PC games to be played at a much higher level than what we're getting on in a lot of console games. Not in a negative way, but there's just a difference of power. You don't buy a console specifically for the sake of it being the most powerful thing on the market. You buy a console because for what it is, it's the most affordable thing to do what you want it to do. Like 3 years ago, or not 3 years ago, whenever they were doing a lot of the Halo Infinite betas and stuff, my buddy spent like maybe $2,000 on his gaming laptop, $3,000 I believe, something around there. And he was playing the Halo Infinite beta on like basically the equivalent hardware to what the game was actually being developed, run, and test on in-house and stuff. For $3,000, you're running the game on equivalent PC hardware that a game is being developed on, but I can still play the game. I might start a new game plus on Jedi Survivor just to do the story again. Honestly, if the game's got you wanting to do a new game plus, that's all I need to know that the game's amazing. Like, of course, everyone's gonna have their personal favorite game to like want to play again. This is probably my like 8th playthrough of Knights of the Old Republic. But should I 100% the game first though? 100% the game first though. At least for my buddy on his PC, I don't know what it was, but like Steam or something. But all of his achievements didn't proc. So I'd say get 100% of the game, in my opinion, game of the year. What else are we getting this year? Atomic Heart isn't gonna get game of the year. I liked the game, but it's not. Jedi Survivor might be the one that gets the game of the year then, because I don't think we have any other really big releases this year. No. That's too much to say, because we're getting the next Zelda game, I think this week or next week.
You're the one defending.
And that could be the one to throw a wrench in the thing.
The Sith woman. He can't run good. What do you want to know? Well, okay.
I think Jedi Survivor is definitely a contender, though. Hogwarts Legacy. I think, and this is going to be more of opinion-based kind of thing. But I don't think Hogwarts Legacy is going to be in the running for Game of the Year. I think it's a great game for what it's been doing. I think the people who love it are really loving it. But I don't think it'll get like in the running for Game of the Year.
You again. I was in my room. Being still, you can't tell me that. Yes.
God damn it.
Sure.
The only reason why I say I don't think Hogwarts is gonna get it is because for it being a fun game, I don't think it was impactful enough to warrant being a Game of the Year contender, like how Jedi Survivor is gonna be a contender. I don't know if the Zelda's gonna be on that contender list just because it's not out yet. But this is a Zelda game that's been like hyped for a while, so it's gonna be there on the list when the Game Awards come around in a few months. Well, not in a few, but you know, in the coming months. I think Fallen Order got Game of the Year the year it came out, right? I don't remember. I think it definitely deserves to be in the running. If it's not that, and it probably will be Jedi Survivor, because the only other games that are probably going to be on the docket are going to be Zelda, Jedi Survivor, and Spider-Man 2. And the only reason why I think Survivor will get it is because it's going to be the same reason why Elden Ring won it last year. While God of War might be a bit more of a impactful, like emotive story that actually has you truly invested in the characters, Elden Ring being a game that everyone can play versus just a PS5 or Xbox exclusive, will have more people who will be on board for it. And since it's more of a People's Choice award for the Game Awards, I think if anything, Jedi Survivor has probably got the best bet of taking it. The only way it won't is if something else comes in that I wasn't accounting for. Where was I going again? Oh, I was going back this way. I gotta finish the trial first. Wait, what am I doing? I can just load the game. So we already did this. No, it went to Sekiro Shadows Die Twice. Really? I'm here to see the prisoner. I'm gonna begin the trial. Let's begin the trial. I mean, I guess I could understand that because Sekiro was a really good game. And given the fact that it didn't win that year, if nothing else really jumps up, I think it could go to Jedi Survivor.
No!
I mean, I'd appreciate it too, just on the principle of this VOD is gonna be on the record too for a little bit. And while I'm not gonna sit here and act like I'm big streamer guy who gets a bunch of people coming through, just on the possibility, I wouldn't want spoilers to be put for Jedi Survivor. As an individual, I'm not too invested enough to be like, oh no, I'm gonna cry over hearing something about the game, but for the sake of like a mutual group enjoyment of a game, I think it's better that it at least stays quiet about it, at least for another 2 weeks, just because people are gonna want to talk about games after all. So I don't like skipping over like stuff really, but the trials that happen in this game are probably my least favorite part of the game. But what I will say, I got to fight someone who I wasn't expecting to fight. That's always good. I'm also glad that, at least from what I'm seeing, people aren't going ham with the spoilers. Because I remember, like, I think it was like the first week Fallen Order came out. People were all using it was the big bad of Star Wars. Oh, it was Jar Jar. Okay. But I remember everyone, Darth Vader was, sure. I remember Darth Vader was shown in like the first, like week of people like having thumbnails for the game and everything. And it kind of ruined the big surprise, you know? And I'm not in favor of that. Unless it's a game like I really give all of my like heart over, I don't mind spoilers for it, at least minor ones. Speaking of Darth Vader, lost my ship when he came into the end of Jedi. Yeah, no, it was such a cool scene.
Have you managed to retrieve the data? Excellent. It does not appear to have been tampered with, so the Sith did not manage to copy its contents yet. And now for your information. We are not supposed to speak of this, but since you are a Jedi and we have exhausted all the other options, I think I can entrust you with this. As you know, the Republic is fighting for its
Cal dying is one of those things that's like, yeah, 100%. But
we're doing very poorly. We need much in the way of supplies and
something I really like when games do, when they put an insurmountable force in front of you, is at least give you the option to fight. What has the Republic done?
Conservatives with their neutrality treaties seek to treat the Sith and the Republic
Just because it's more fun.
includes Kotor exports, but a few more far-sighted Selkath see
Like Devil May Cry 5 when they did it. Fun fact, did you know Anakin actually met Cal during the Clone Wars? A book. I did not know that.
So we made a deal.
What sort of deal?
Construction of a secret underground facility to harvest Kolto directly at its source. We also hope to one day be able to synthesize it effectively. Current techniques are insufficient for the task, so we must mine it for now. The amount we take would hardly be noticed, since most is lost naturally before it reaches the surface anyway. We were nearing completion of the base.
I don't think Cal knew Vader was Anakin. No, I don't think he did.
An ancient building or artifact, possibly yours.
The only people who seem to really know, oh my god, Vader was Anakin, are the people who were closest to him, like Obi-Wan, like Ahsoka. What happened down there?
No, we just don't know. As you may have noticed, we're hiring a lot of mercenaries around here. Ostensibly, they're to be shipped off-world to aid in our fight against the Sith, but they're really for another purpose. When we lost contact with the station in the Vrackard Rift, we sent our contingent of Republic soldiers down to investigate.
But like the only people who seem to know like when Vader is Anakin is the people who had that like were around him long enough. How many people in the Empire knew who Anakin really was? I mean, you have the given of Palpatine. I'm pretty sure Tarkin. I guarantee Tarkin knew. Oh yeah, Vader being Anakin.
I took the liberty of having a submarine prepared for
I'm sure like a lot of the higher ups knew like Tarkin, and who was the blue guy?
and also to take you back up should you need something.
I don't remember his name right off the top of my head. I know I'm drawing a blank on it. Admiral Thrawn. I think Thrawn knew that Vader was Anakin too. If you really think about it, Clone Wars was a waste of time because it was just for Palpatine to get more power, but I will say it was a smart move. Well, that's the whole point. It was absolutely a waste of time. Palpatine worked both sides to get to let there be a war, because with enough shifts in power, he could be given special privileges to basically rule the Senate. And that's basically what he works it all up towards at the end. With the final betrayal of the Jedi and everything, it isn't Palpatine who gets direct privileges. It's the senator he's, pretending to be that gets the special privileges. It's just after that he gets control of everything else and then makes it into the Empire. It's sad to think that the clones were only made to kill the Jedi, then afterward just throw them aside like they were nothing. Yeah, and I think that's one of the smarter decisions that at least Disney is trying to make more publicly fleshed out with the Bad Batch, with a lot of like the other Renegade clones and stuff like that, really drawing attention to the fact that these are people who were bred and born for battle, and be it willingly or otherwise, are kind of left to kind of pick up the pieces after it's all said and done, especially with them getting phased out from clones to actual conscripts and stuff like that. And any of the remnant clones that either left or were abandoned becoming homeless mercenaries, or like the Bad Batch and kind of doing their own thing for the resistance. It really gives the whole like grouping more character when it's not just, hey, they were nameless soldiers and then there's nothing else to go from them. I remember seeing a video, the scene in Attack of the Clones where Obi-Wan and Anakin are chained up, and Obi-Wan tells them, like, oh, and it comes to find out that the clones are all based off of that bounty hunter who's standing up next to Dooku. So what you're saying is Dooku and the basis for the clones are both allied together. Yes. Which means that we can't trust the clones and we need to do something about that. Yes, and it does the meme of like the credits roll because they come to the basic conclusion or understanding that, hey, maybe these clones aren't good.
How did you get in? Did they send another submersible? Quick, we have to get out of here. We have to get away.
Why? What happened?
No, we have no time. We have to leave now. I managed to close the door after they killed everyone else, but I don't know how long it will hold.
I'm not going anywhere.
We have to leave. The Cellcath, they went crazy. They started killing anything that moved. Someone must have triggered the defense systems too, because all the droids activated as well. I was one of the mercs the Republic sent down here to find out what happened. We came down and secured the first couple of rooms. There were bodies everywhere, and the Cellcath came out, screaming and croaking their fishy little war cries.
Cellcath?
They swarmed out and over us. There was no way we could stop them, so we ran. But hardly any of us made it. I locked the door behind us, but the others had already left in the submersible. The sharks, the Ferox are out there, and worse. I heard an explosion shortly after the submersible left. They didn't make it. Just food for the sharks and the Cellcath. Like us.
Let's get you back to the surface.
Yes. No! There's something out there. It got the other submersible already.
Suggestion. Perhaps we could dismember the organic. It would make it easier for transport to the surface.
Hey, you You can't just rip me down. I'll die.
Amendment. I did forget that. Stupid, frail, non-compartmentalized organic meat bags.
We can't leave until you do something. Blow up the entire station, maybe. That might distract whatever it is long enough for us to escape to the surface. But all the machinery and stuff is in the southern half, and that's been flooded. There might still be environmental suits around, but the Cellcath might have laid their eggs in them.
Wait here while I go into the station.
I locked the door so the Cellcath won't get in. If you open it, we're all done for.
Tough. I need it open.
You go in there. You're dead. You're all dead. If you want to die, then go. You won't hear me mourning for you. I'll stay here and be safe until some sort of real rescue comes.
The thing that sucks is that there have been plenty of times where the Jedi have been in like positions of power, but it's always more of a like narratively empowering point when you have your hero be on the back foot. That's why the rebels are so like loved in the original trilogy, because it's the whole back foot, you're the last Jedi, all that other stuff. It adds weight to everything. Also, I've been talking a lot, so for the sake of the TLDR for story-wise stuff, because of that neutrality that Manon has in this whole war thing, the Republic is also, much like the Sith, have their own plans for getting around the Manon government officials. But instead of kidnapping Cellcath and having them act as double agents in the government, the Republic is built this underwater station near the Kotor deposit so they could harvest it for themselves, basically eliminating the cost. Unfortunately, they're as a result of them having scientists and stuff like that that have been working here, some kind of frequency underwater here has been making all the Cellcath, the fish people, become crazed. And because of that, we're here cleaning up their mess now. The thing is, I don't necessarily agree with a lot of Palpatine's decisions. Though there is like one bigger overarching thing that I guess means some of it, like some of his stances are fair, but this is not so much in the sense of having had it coming, but in like the extended universe stuff. There was the I don't remember the name, but like the true origin and season 7 of the Clone Wars, Ahsoka made a good point that they are supposed to be keepers of the peace, not soldiers, but that's what they were. Yeah, no, the Jedi Order is definitely flawed, but partly because I'm a goody-goody two-shoes, I side more with, you know, the Jedi and all that stuff anyways. But the only reason why Palpatine has any leg to stand on is more so because in the extended universe, there's always like the ancient, like true, either the true Sith or like a forgotten empire of them or something like that, that's extra galactic, that Palpatine works to actually prepare to fight against. And in a lot of extended continuity stuff, there's an actual war that happens between like the rebels and all this other stuff that actually occurs after the original trilogy. But because Disney's Disney, they throw a lot of that out the window and kind of takes away any moral point and weight that any of the characters had, potentially. At least in my book, Palpatine. That in the prequel trilogy actually absolutely makes him out to be one of the characters who's evil for evil's sake, which you always need, you know, positive force and a negative force for, you know, your hero to, the positive force to go against. But something about it, characters who are evil for evil's sake never really ring too well for me. No, Ahsoka has her reasons. I'm 100% a goody-goody two-shoes in the sense of like, yeah, go Jedi. But if I were ever in the universe, I'd 100% be like a gray Jedi. So, gamer, have you seen anything about this game and, like, you know, narratively wise, what a lot of the implications are? Basically, I'm asking so that way if you want, I could do like a last time on Star Wars kind of thing. But if she didn't leave the order, could she save Anakin? No, I don't think she could. The only person that could save him was his son, and he died. Oh, and he did. I think ultimately, no one really could have saved Anakin. Just because the whole point of Palpatine's like plan and stuff was so he could have his claws in deep as Anakin as he could. And no matter how much talking and stuff anyone could have done, as long as Padme was still alive and Anakin was hiding it from the people who could have done something to save her, he was never going to get out of it. Because the whole reason why he did his dark side thing was because it was all to save Padme. And he couldn't get the proper medical attention because you're gonna have a bunch of people who are gonna ask why a random senator and princess is having a kid that she isn't willing to divulge who the father is or anything like that. No, yeah, but that's again, that's the whole point I'm trying to make. He did this because he was afraid. Palpatine had his hooks in him. If there was ever a moment where talking to anyone, he could get them to believe, like Obi-Wan knew about the Padme stuff. He was just real quiet about it. If there was ever a moment Obi-Wan and Anakin could have had a conversation of, oh my god, this fucking door. Okay, whatever, fine, fuck you. If there was ever a moment that Anakin could have been like, well, we'll help you and stuff like that, literally the capital of the core worlds. Obi-Wan's always been one of those, like, characters who's been low-key smarter than he lets on. And if there was any other moment that makes you think, hey, didn't Obi-Wan know? The first episode of the last, like, true season of Clone Wars that came out a couple years ago is kind of that nail in the coffin kind of thing. You know, there was a bunch of moments that happened in Clone Wars that, like, shows off, like, how Anakin's always so close to Padme. And no, like, regardless of the fact, Obi-Wan would have put two and two together. But specifically when Rex is covering for Anakin so that way he can have his call with Padme, Obi-Wan would have absolutely put two and two together. Even more so with how he reacts at the end with Padme being, you know, pregnant with Anakin's children and stuff like that. There's never a moment where, hell, I even think he makes like a subtle dig at, like, you know, knowing about it in episode 3, when he sees pregnant Padme and all that. I think he knew, but in like the low-key, quiet understanding, like, hey, look, this isn't exactly something I should be allowing, but Obi-Wan, having been in love with that one chick in Clone Wars 2, was like, I get it. He just didn't know that Anakin was having these dreams of, you know, Padme dying in childbirth up until it was too late. Because from the outside, it always looked like it was a fine thing, that nothing was wrong. The thing is, I'm sure Anakin trusted Obi-Wan, but there's more implications than just the trust of, like, you know, my compatriot. He was running for, like, a thing of, like, becoming a master in the Jedi Order, which ultimately gets denied. But it was absolutely a relationship that not only the Jedi would disapprove of, but also one that politically doesn't look too good either. There's so many ways that a higher war hero and very powerful Jedi who's who's intimate with a princess of a planet who's also a senator could be skewed in like various political lights that could result in not only the Jedi Order being somewhat discredited, but also the Senate system as a whole. At least in my opinion. I think there are ways that it could have made some sense. I mean, he turned so quickly to the dark side in a matter of, like, you know, what, days? Well, I mean, it was definitely like the long-winded kind of brainwashing that Palpatine did, but even before the brainwashing started, he always was really quietly power hungry and full of himself. Yeah, skills wise, he had the skills to pay the bills, but that's not all it takes to become a master.
Is somebody out there? Fishy, fishy, fishy. Come and eat me too. You can't get me, little fishy. Nothing here. I'm safe behind my walls.
Why don't you come out
Like
here?
that, wouldn't you? I walk out and bam! Cell cats swarm in from everywhere, ripping and rending. Fishy moves fast and silent. No, my friend. I don't play that game. I've got a winning hand right here in this room. My room. No fishy fishy for me. When the cell cat went insane and started killing everybody, I locked myself in.
I play Battlefront 2, yeah. I didn't play it on release because I saw all the loot box stuff they were doing, but I own Game Pass, and with Game Pass we have access to EA Play, so we have access to like the first Battlefront and the second Battlefront.
No, only the ones left. Don't know. Go ask them.
But yeah, I remember Anakin, everyone talking about Anakin being OP. No, I did not play when it first released. I'm making the statement that I do play Battlefront. I know how Anakin is, and he still feels kind of OP, but yeah.
No, only the ones left. Bye-bye. Go.
I mean, I don't think they really cared a lot about their balancing of characters, first of all. Second of all, it's Anakin. I think when they have a lot of their testers going, yeah, we feel Anakin should be feeling pretty powerful, they kind of thought, yeah, this is kind of in line with what will make the fan base happy. But then they also forgot that they're making a competitive, not competitive, but you know, a PvP based game that requires your characters to be balanced. That's what I'm saying. Like, you have to accept that that probably the most powerful force in Star Wars is gonna feel powerful when you're playing them. But they forgot that they also needed to make a game that's fair and balanced. So that way, even if you're not insta-locking Anakin, you're still able to perform in the game. Rule of Cool works, but it doesn't pan out well if Rule of Cool also gets in the way of your game being solid. I haven't played Battlefront in a while. I don't know if buggy is the word I'd say, but I do know that there are definitely more Anakins that I'm concerned about seeing than most of the other heroes. Also in that same vein, whether he's buggy or not, it's not like EA cares about Battlefront anymore anyways. Yeah, exactly. Which, frankly, I'm okay with. I think with how troubled the launch had, I think Battlefront is probably like the best it is and probably has ever been since its like fiasco and release. And they should absolutely focus on their next big step. Yeah, and it was to get them to make Battlefront 2042. And we all know how well that went. My point being, it's not so much about them having a good release after that. It was more so about the game kind of ran its course already. Oh, this could be bad. Yeah, and that's probably the worst part about it. That you know, there are like heroes and plans that they had that are never going to be realized. Because as a gamer, whenever you hear, hey, this game that we canceled had this and this and this going that we were trying to work on, is always going to sound promising. But from a business perspective, the game wasn't earning them any more money. Like, I'm absolutely in the camp of, hey, this game I really love deserves more stuff. But I also, like, can't ask for a game company to sit there and hire so many skilled and talented individuals, animators, voice actors, all the pieces that it takes to actually design and make the game. In Battlefront 2, I got 19. Holy crap, dude. Yeah, I'm nowhere near that. No, but again, my testament being that as a game, it's fun, yes, and as someone who loves it, you want there to be more to come, like, for the game. But from a business perspective, I'm fine, like, saying, hey, look, this game's not, like, done. Because every game needs to have its, like, end of lifespan kind of thing. in favor of letting the people who are creatively, the people who are doing all the actual work on the game, keeping them employed, getting them jobs. Do you think Jedi Survivor will get? No, I don't think it'll get DLC. But was it like actual story DLC or was it like more content DLC? I can't remember.
Who's there? You're not Cellcath, I can see that much. Are you another rescue crew?
I'm Duncan Star. The Republic sent us down here to investigate.
I'm a merc the Republic hired a couple days ago to investigate. But all we found was a bunch of insane Cellcath killing everything that moves. All my companions are dead. The Cellcath swarmed over us. There were dozens of them. And they looked wrong somehow. Like something had changed inside them. Insane or something. Oh, I'd have gone back to the surface long ago if this complex hadn't been overrun by all those crazy Cellcaths. There's no way for me to get to the submarine docking bay.
What are you doing in the underwater section of the facility?
I discovered a way to get to the bay and seal off the rest of the base. I just have to find the Kotor harvester they built on the edge of the Hrackert Rift. It's got an emergency override to open the doors to the submarine docking bay. And I could get in from the outside. I figured my only chance was to slap on an environment suit, head out onto the ocean floor, and check that harvester out for myself. Besides, it's gotta be safer out on the ocean floor than back in there with all those crazed Cellcath mutants running around looking for dinner.
You wait here, I'll go check it out.
Spending another minute in this facility. Not with those psychotic fish people all over the place. I'm heading out to the ocean floor right now. It leads to another complex of buildings. Going through them is the only way to reach the Kotor harvester. We should probably stick together, but I won't wait around in here with the Cellcath. You can catch up with me if you want. Down the hall and through the doors on the right. I'll be waiting on the ocean floor where it's safe.
I really don't like... I'll just upfront and say it. This is probably my least favorite planet. The side quests are all kind of boring to me, especially because most of the rewards for the side quests are a long trial sequence. But this segment, yeah, like, not so much this segment here, or this segment is, but like the actual ending portion is neat in my opinion. But yeah, if Fallen Order didn't get like a true story DLC, I don't think Jedi Survivor is gonna get DLC. Oh my god, me and my little Among Us suit. But yeah, this whole segment here is just kind of eh. Not to like any negative detriment, but I think it's because Manan as a whole just feels like the most padding of like padding planets kind of thing. Like we're running on 4 hours here for the stream, and and it's just been this one planet. Meanwhile, Taurus took maybe like what, 6 hours, and it's the longest planet in the game. Oh crap, I forgot it puts me in here on my own. Stop poisoning me, fucking assholes. Palpatine would not be alive during this game. I forget how many, like, hundreds of years happened before. But, I think from this game to the MMO, there's, like, something of, like, 400 years that happens between those 2 points of time. I'm just gonna Google it now just to be sure. How long ago was Knights of the Old Republic? That gave me the release date. Republic timeline. Knights of the Old Republic takes place approximately 4,000 years before the rise of the Galactic Empire. So, if that's 4,000 years from the original trilogy, then that's, you know, around 3,500 and something from the prequel trilogy, or no, 900 something from the prequel trilogy. So you really don't know anything about the story of this game? Because, like I said, I can do the TLDR for like what's going on right now. No, not really. Well, I'd say if you want to truly experience it, you play it for yourself. Just because the whole twist portion of the game is going to be coming up here soon. But for what's actually occurring right now in like universe, there was a time of war that happened between the Mandalorians and the Republic. This point in time gets touched on a lot in a lot of other Star Wars properties now. But in that time, the Jedi were actually trying to maintain a sort of awayness. Well, not to be truly neutral. They were trying to like not get involved at all. And the whole time this is happening, the Mandalorians are kicking the Republic's ass. Like this isn't even like a Sith assisting the Mandalorians or anything. The Mandalorians are winning the war. Eventually this gets so bad that 2 Jedi fall from the graces, the Jedi being the Jedi Revan and the Jedi Malik, who both decide we've had enough of this and we're going to go and get a few other Jedi and as many other people as we can, and we're going to wage war against the Mandalorians to the point where they full on turn the tides of the war and actually get them to lose after pretty much destroying the actual home world of Mandalore to the point where I think they're residing on the moon of Mandalore at this point in time. Cut to a few, maybe a year or two after the war, and Revan and Malik are back after everything's said and done, after having been gone for a while. Now joined with the Sith, because they did the full dark side turn. And with them, they brought a whole armada of forces of unknown ships. On top of like all the Sith forces and everything else they could muster, and their new wave of Dark Jedi, and now they're waging war against the Republic, who've already, been in the losing side of a war and not really recovered. That war goes on for a little bit, and one of our Jedi companions, who isn't with us here, but her name is Bastila, gets a party together to actually attack the flagship that Revan is, Revan being the stronger of the two, Revan and Malik being his apprentice, and actually trying to capture Revan. During that battle, Malik betrays his master, because that's the Sith thing to do, where the apprentice will eventually overtake the master, and turns his capital ship guns onto the ship that Malik's on, firing on the bridge, hoping to kill Revan and Bastila, because Bastila is also a very young and talented Jedi who has mastered this form of combat called battle meditation, to where if she actually meditates on a battle, she can use the Force to basically affect probabilities and likelihoods of attacking and stuff, resulting in smaller forces who are assisted with her battle meditation completely wiping out larger forces that outnumber them. So this happens, and now we're here playing as our character, who is trying to follow back into the footsteps of Revan, and Malik, to try to figure out where they got this big fleet from, to try to stop it and try to stop Malik from actually winning the whole war with all of these forces. Along the way, we learn we're Force sensitive. And Bastila brings us in, because it starts us off on I have the VODs up too, if you do want to go back and check them out, and I'm going to post the VODs on my YouTube channel. Meanwhile, we meet up with all of our party of friends, so Bastila and a few other people who are honestly really good characters. And we're doing all of that in search of these things called star maps, which are powerful things from some long-lost empire that lived in our galaxy, that are strong in the dark side, and what we assume as the player character is the same path that Revan and Malik took to reach wherever they're getting this fleet and all these weapons and stuff.
No, you can't come in here. You'll let the Firaxa and the Selkath in. No, stay out! Stay out! I won't let you open the door for those monsters to get in. I'll stop you. I'll suck all the pressure out of the chamber. That'll stop you.
Kill them! Kill them now!
Accessing airlock control, success. Depressurization sequence active. Deactivate the depressurization sequence.
No. The Firaxa will get us. No, the Selkath are coming. No.
As far as like actual story beat things that have happened so far, Malik's been sending people to come kill us, like some of the dark Jedi that we've been seeing. Calm down, everything will be okay.
I'm sorry for what I did. I don't know what came over me.
We ended up going to Tatooine first. There was a star map in a cave that was protected by a crate dragon. There we met up with HK-47, who is our robot friend. Before that, we were on Dantooine, which is a smaller, like, Jedi Enclave sect, where we trained and learned most of our Jedi powers. And before we ended up there, from the start of the game to like that point, there was a small in-between section that's called Terrace, which is a planet that we kind of get most of our party members from. We save Bastila, we meet a few other people, and we have to escape because Malik orders his Sith fleet to bombard the ever-living crap out of Taurus to the point where it's functionally destroyed. It's not like a super weapon level of like Death Star kind of thing having blown it up. He literally just bombards the planet till it's all ash and glass. What was the Republic doing here? So whenever you say like, so what do you like to do off stream? Honestly, I mainly just game still. I don't know if I have my TikTok on here. I'll have to check later, but on my TikTok, I'll post like some of the clips of like games that I'm playing. I play a lot of Halo on my own. I play a little bit of Rainbow Six. I play Destiny. It's just more gaming. Partly why I stream is one because as someone who appreciates other streamers, like watching them, I can appreciate them both for like content creation of playing games that some people who have never played them before might be potentially interested in. You as a Star Wars fan, for example, getting pissed off by this game, which is fair. It's old. It's not always going to be more accessible. And there's definitely a lot of things that weigh it down in comparison to newer, more streamlined games. But games like this that are slept on, as well as just sharing games that I think are really fun in general. It's like before this, I've been playing more Sonic games. I'm playing some newer games too. People come by my stream, but not really anyone comes by anymore. Yeah, there's definitely moments where it's been kind of slow.
We don't know. Not for sure.
But in my personal opinion, though, like, I think it's worth it to make that attempt to go for it. Of course, the end goal is ideally I want to be able to make money for this so I can both have money for myself and, you know, help my family.
It was like it was screaming inside my
But it's also in the same realm of being able to provide an actual genuine entertainment doing something that I really enjoy. And funny thing is, ooh, nice shit, dude.
May have been. Maybe it was protecting the ruins by the rift. It could have been.
That's kind of the issue though too. Is like you can have all the followers, but you need to have something that's appealing. And I hope that whoever was watching me finds me somewhat entertaining.
I don't know. Maybe whatever sort of power it used to drive the Cellcath.
But yeah, off stream I really kind of just play other games that I actively just choose to play on my own. Normally what happens is like whenever there's a slower time or it's like a weekend, like say maybe a Sunday, I'll try to do more of a chill stream where it'll be less of me doing a playthrough like this and more of me playing PvP in Halo or doing Destiny stuff. So I hope if you enjoy like either the conversation or just interaction or anything else in general, you absolutely come by and check those out too. And again, on TikTok, I'm trying to post more clips just to kind of show off what else I do on the side. Because we've been talking over this too, TLDR, basically they're saying that the star map that we're looking for is what caused all the Cellcath to lose their mind, which are the fish people, and start attacking everything. On top of that, all the sharks that we were killing on their ocean walk to here have also been driven mad, and there's now a giant Phyrexian that's guarding the, I might get Destiny 2, I don't know. After TLDR, we basically have to go and get rid of the shark somehow, and they're negotiating whether we do it peacefully or if we do it, if we just blow up the thing to ruin the Republic's efforts here, or... Basically, it's giving us they're talking about what we can do to get rid of the shark, be it blowing up the thing and ruining the Republic's efforts, poisoning the shark, or finding some middle ground to actually scare it away. From my personal opinion, you should blow it up. I'm a goody-goody two-shoes, and the whole point of the way that this planet is kind of framed is that if you do every single side quest in an ideal, like, unbiased kind of way, How would I poison the shark? What else
You
could I
don't need
do?
to do anything else. We have a canister of the toxin here right now. We were
But
working
the
on it
whole
before
point
the
of this
giant barrage
ship,
drove all the
or
cell
this
cats insane.
shit,
All you
this
need to do
planet
is insert
is
it into the
really
main
driving home the
Kotor
fact that the
harvester,
Selkath,
and
or the
you'll
Manon government,
get away as soon as you
wants to stay
know how much
neutral.
worse it'll
That
affect
if
the
you
giant
do
flax
everything in an
shark.
ideal, like, good kind of way, that when you leave the planet, the Manon government isn't more inclined to work with the Republic or the Sith.
Well, the monster seems to have been. I think if you could do. You can repro the hydrolium gas if you inject enough of the hydrolium gas into the tank.
But we'll.
It's better than whatever you're.
I'll probably end up blowing up the tank, though.
Good. You'll have to break into once the machinery.
That won't work. You know what you.
I just hope you make the.
But like to kind of really outline the whole like objective there of the game, trying to really make you do that. All the trials and stuff that we did, like the one that I kind of sped us through earlier, with that old guy, Sunry. Ideally, and I didn't find the actual thing, but the whole subplot for that is it's one of the friends of one of our old party members. And he full-on murders a Sith woman who is also trying to turn him who's trying to steal information from him. I've been watching creepy videos on YouTube. I don't know why. Something about creepy stuff's always fun. I'm gonna have a field day with horror games when Halloween comes around. But long story short, the whole moral of the story of one of our party members' friends killing the Sith person is that the Republic was like fine with someone killing a Sith officer, but the Sith officer was also kind of being pushed into that way of like getting murdered by the Republic guy, so that way the Sith could leverage it against the Republic. And ideally, the true ending is that yeah, our guy did kill a Sith officer, but the Sith wanted that to happen. In the same way that this is the Republic and they're supposed to be the good guys, they're here bastardizing the environment and stuff like that. It's supposed to be to outline really that there is no good side here, like a truly good side. That they're both kind of doing shitty things to get ahead in the war here. So we're not going to feed the toxin to the vents. We're going to explode the thing. Fuel injector pod at 0.3 million Sangen. Container pod at 0.5 million Sangen. So the way we get this to happen is we get the pressure status to be 4 million, I believe, on the right side. So we fill in the injector pod. And transfer from injector to container. Fill the pod again. Transfer from injector to container. And now we dump the container pod. My mouth is dry again. Time to get another popsicle. Fill or transfer from injector to container. Fill the injector pod. And transfer from injector to container. Cool. We're blowing up the thing. Now that the Kotor harvesting machine has been destroyed, the Great Varaxon shows no signs of hostility. It allows you to pass. I realized I eat too much sugar. I'll be real. I have a bad sweet tooth. So normally I'd kind of just snack and eat candy and all that. But what I first did was I cut out like soda in my life pretty hard. before I'd have like soda like with every meal was what I thought cutting it back was. Now I really don't have soda at all in like a week. And after I did that, it kind of felt a little bit easier to start cutting out the rest of the sugar in my life. I still snack, obviously, but like now they're healthier, like granola, peanut butter and crackers, apples, yogurt, and not so much like the Go-Gurts or Snickers bars, which I still have occasionally. But if you're looking to cut back, I'd say starting with cutting out sodas and sweetened drinks and trying to go for more water is a really good start. This here is our star map. We found two others, the one on Tatooine, and there was one before this one that was on Kashyyyk. There we caused a rebellion and managed to get a whole bunch of slavers murdered. I only drink water smoothies and ice caps. I mean, I really don't do smoothies, so that maybe there's something there. Oh, and if you hear me doing like attempted voices for characters or like aliens, I understand and accept that people who come into chats aren't always watching the stream, and some of them are just looking for the background noise. So if I sound a little dumb doing a character voice or something, it's for the people who are just listening to me and like want something to listen to, or for people who can't really read, so that way they can still kind of be in with the story. And I apologize for not doing it so much now, but I kind of choke myself to do the Selkath voice, so that's partly why I've been skipping a lot of the dialogue too. Now, there's nothing wrong with your diet being all over the place. It's okay to not, you know, eat nothing but salad and stuff like that. You just need to find that fine balance that keeps you healthy, while also still being like a satisfying diet. Though I'm no health expert, so. But we have a couple more things here to do on Manan. Then we'll get off of arguably my least favorite planet. The funny thing is, I think I normally do this planet first on my normal, like, independent playthroughs. Just because I really don't like this planet and I prefer to get it out of the way sooner. But I think partly because I wanted to mix it up, it kind of had to be here. But yeah, no, fruits and vegetables are always good. I'm just saying, like, if you feel like you're eating too much sugar, then is it really too much if you're like truly like eating a detrimental amount of sugar? But don't worry, we're almost done with Manan.
Didn't work. No problem. Didn't work. No problem. Didn't work.
Fuck you. How the hell do we get out of here then? We go that way. There we go. See, that's the way I thought when I was 19. Then my metabolism got worse. So now not only do I have to eat better, I have to work out a little bit more too. But everyone's bodies are different. So.
At last, my search is over. I was beginning to fear someone else had killed you and deprived me of the pleasure you may have defeated the pathetic bounty hunter my master sent after you. But you are no match for me. I have studied at the foot of the Dark Lord himself.
Working out definitely feels a little bit more important to me than... Well, you have to have that balance of diet too, obviously. But there was a movie that came out forever ago, Super Size Me, of a dude who ate nothing but McDonald's to really outline, like, hey, look, McDonald's is bad for you. And in the process, he, like, worked out and did all of his other stuff, and his health didn't really change, just kind of going to show and prove that a healthy lifestyle is more than just a diet, and you can oh, yeah, you know that movie. So you already get the gist of it. You're Malik's apprentice? Can't say I'm impressed.
Mean nothing to me, unless you wish to beg for your life. No? Then I shall try to make this both quick and painful.
So if we die here, I'm gonna absolutely reload the save, and gonna buff up beforehand. Oh, the other Jedi. See, and this is kind of like a thing that shows that this game does need some kind of an update. That enemy there is not going to do anything until we attack them now. Not to say that if that Jedi was really helping, they would have changed too much of the fate of the battle. They would have just been killed before anything else happened. Well, because of your metabolism. And even then, like, even if it's just metabolism, there's probably subtly certain things that you're doing that are kind of helping you stay relatively, like, in shape. On top of that, like, even if you're eating a lot of junk food, balancing that out with good things is also good too. So now we have one more trial awaiting us. I'm just sitting on the couch, and yeah, I do move around on the couch, that's it. The body works in mysterious ways.
You've returned. I was beginning to fear that you too might have been lost. Did you find out what had happened down there at the facility?
The Cellcath went insane.
What did they do? And why?
Your construction woke something up.
Was down there, living in the rift by the Kolto?
A gigantic Phyraxan shark that drove all the Cellcath insane.
The entire operation wasted by a disaster we could never in 1,000 years have foreseen. What has happened to the facility itself? Were there any survivors?
A few scientists have survived.
Good to know indeed. But what has happened to the facility? Was it damaged?
The harvesting machine was destroyed.
No, that is terrible. That will set our work back years. It may even cost us the war. While I am glad that you were able to solve our problems, the cost may have ended up being much too high. But you have done your job and helped us in our time of need. And for that I thank you. Oh, and did you end up finding your star map?
Yes, I did.
See, by helping us, you helped yourself. Perhaps we can work together again in the future.
Oh my god, yes. I just realized that this is actually the worst planet because there's a puzzle that if you don't have, like... Well, I mean, it's not hard to get around it, but there's a set of security cards that you have to decipher. And they all use math. It was disgusting. I have to solve math in my video game to get ahead. Stop, human. We have detected a number of underwater detonations coming from the vicinity of the Racket Rift. You have been known to have asked questions about this, and our spy monitors in the Republic Embassy recorded you leaving in a submersible that descended to the Racket Rift. You will come with us immediately to answer for your actions, or we will be forced to take you by force. I don't like math either. I have a biology degree, and I still hate math. Very well, I'll come peacefully. To be fair, it's not inherently hard math. The first four are easy, and they're more math puzzles than they are, like, excessive, like, math. But the last one involved logarithms, and I just couldn't decipher what it was trying to get to with its puzzle. So I shot in the dark and guessed C, and it worked out, but... yeah. Again, because the voice hurts... long story short here, because these guys are also environmentalists and the Racket Rift Downs is a matter of great importance for them, they want to know what the explosions are, what the Republic had to do with it, so that way they can get to the bottom of things. Because the explosions were at the research station, both our government set up there. They're talking about it and they realize that we know of this, that there was a small agreement that was made between the Republic and the Selkath officials. The machinery had woken up a giant Varaxan shark. I didn't kill the shark. And as a result of all of this, it's not an inherently bad thing we did. We saved one of their legendary creatures by not killing the shark. Basically, all charges are dropped. So it was basically a long trial that happened that didn't need to happen. I love this game, but the trials are, and this planet as a whole are arguably the lowest point that this game takes. It dropped us here, right? That's the swoop bike, or is that... It's the Mercenary Guild, okay. We talked to this guy, they're setting down things on the rift. I've cleared the facility. And he just asked for a status report because the Republic was hiring mercenaries to go down there and fix what we ended up fixing for them. And now we can go! Again, I'm sorry, I would read that more, but doing their voice hurts my throat, and I also kind of choke myself whenever I speak for a hut, and I've been doing that a lot lately too. Oh, that's adorable. God damn it. I think last time I weighed myself, I came in at 220, but that was like maybe 6 months ago, and since then, I both lost my Christmas, Thanksgiving, and all that. I started eating like shit again, and I stopped working out. But now that it's warming up again and all that stuff, I'm eating better and have been working out. So I'm not sure if I'm still 220. Good shit. I'm not like overweight or anything like that. I'm, solid weight wise. It's just I'm a taller, bigger guy, so yeah. Oh goddamn. Yeah, you are skinny. Yeah, it is okay. Yeah, it's absolutely your metabolism. Alright, so now our last planet is Corbin, the Sith homeworld. Well, not homeworld, but... Yeah, it's just 100% your metabolism.
What happened? What's going on?
Sith interdictor ship.
That's Karth, and the co-pilot there is Bastila. Karth's also a cool dude.
Do you recognize the ship?
It's the Leviathan. Saul Karath's vessel. My old mentor. Admiral Karath taught me everything I know about being a soldier. He was a legend in the Republic fleet, and a hero to me until he betrayed us. When the Sith attacked my homeworld, the Leviathan, which is Saul Karath's flagship, was at the head of the fleet. My family was destroyed that day, and my wife died in the Sith bombardment.
Don't let your lust for revenge cloud your judgment, Karth.
I'm not gonna do anything stupid. I won't throw our lives away in some mad quest for vengeance, but if I get a chance to kill Saul during our escape, nobody better get in my way.
Talk of an escape is somewhat premature, don't you think? We don't even have a plan to get out of this mess yet.
I'll admit, it won't be easy. Saul's no fool, and he won't underestimate us either. You can count on plenty of guards watching every move we make.
Maybe Admiral Karath doesn't know how many of us there are on board. We all have special talents. Talents we could exploit so that one of us could stage a rescue. We just have to figure out who has the best chance to avoid capture so they can come and rescue us later. It's a long shot, but it's our only hope.
What's your dream vacation? Mine is to go to... I think Paris would be nice. I don't think I have a dream vacation. I think the prospect of going and vacationing somewhere is always interesting, but absolutely going somewhere, Japan, Paris, Europe in general kind of thing, would definitely be like a good start. But don't worry, I can get away from Admiral Karath's guards.
We'll be watching the three of us far too closely for any plot involving you, me, or Karth to succeed. It's going to be up to one of the others to get us out of this.
Well, if we're
I should have bought that blaster for HK.
We better do it quick. In another minute, we're gonna have Sith troops marching up our loading ramp.
Cookie?
So really, HK would probably be the one I'd go for, but Canderous has a little known, like, well, not a little known, broadcast it when you get him as part of your party. Candaris is a Mandalorian, for sake of notice. But he has an implant that actually regenerates wounds, so he'll help me save medpacks along the way.
A small incendiary grenade will leave burn marks that look like I was injured while making repairs to the ship. Make my wounds bad enough, and the Sith will drag me off to the morgue or the medical facility to die. When my healing mods kick in, I'll come back and save the rest of you.
You're not immortal, Candaris. Your injuries could kill you before your healing has a chance to kick in.
I'm the best chance we've got, and everyone knows it. But you're the boss, so I'll bow to your authority. I still think it's best, unless you've come up with another plan.
Okay, Candaris, I'll give your plan a shot.
Hold on. They're dragging us into the docking bridge.
So this is probably the biggest part of the game, barring like the end.
Excellent. Have you searched the ship thoroughly? Admiral Kareth warned me to be on alert for any kind of treachery. We found an injured Mandalorian in the back. Looks like he was trying to rig the ship's engines to break free of our tractor beam when something exploded. Admiral Kareth wants us to question all the prisoners. Did you get any information from him? He's unconscious right now. I don't think he's going to make it. He's burned pretty bad. Dump the Mandalorian in the medical bay. Let them take the blame if he dies before the Admiral has a chance to interrogate him.
Karth, it has been far too long since we last spoke. I see the recent months have not been kind in your case. I barely recognized you.
But I recognize you, Saul. I see your face every night, even as I promise myself I will kill you for what you did to my homeworld.
Did you learn nothing in your time under me? As a soldier, you should understand that casualties were unavoidable. This was an act of war.
It was a cowardly act of betrayal. Your fleet bombed a civilian target into oblivion without warning or provocation, and the blood of those innocent people is on your hands.
In war, even the innocent must die. The Sith would not accept me until I proved I had truly turned my back on the Republic by bombing the planet.
My wife died in that attack, Saul. And for that, I swear I'll kill you.
You used to be a man of action, not of empty words. Cling to your lust for revenge if you must, but spare me your tired threats. I've heard them all before. You're an insignificant part of these events anyway. Lord Malak is far more interested in your Jedi companions. He has great plans for them.
We will never serve Malak or the dark side. The Sith will be destroyed, Admiral Kareth, as will you if you don't turn away from this path.
Your words are brave, Bastila, but the lure of the dark side is hard to resist. Or so I've been told. I wonder if your companion is as devoted to the light as you are.
You're wasting your time, Saul. I'll never betray the Jedi.
Defiant. I'm certain Malak will find your loyalty to the Jedi amusing. The Dark Lord would probably reward me if I just killed you once and for all, but he may want to question you given the trouble you've caused him, and the history between you.
History? What are you talking about?
Oh, this can't be true, can it? You really don't know what's going on here, do you? Well, I won't be the one to deprive Malak of the pleasure of telling you himself. The Dark Lord will no doubt torture you for information and for his own twisted pleasure. Eventually, you will tell him everything. The Sith can be very persuasive. However, Lord Malak is in another sector. It may be some time before he arrives, so I suppose I will have to fill in for him until then. Activate the torture fields. Enough. I don't want them to pass out before I question them. Malak will appreciate any information I can give him when he arrives.
Don't waste your breath, Saul. We won't answer any of your questions.
I'm sure you won't. However, we both know your friend's loyalties have proven in the past to be somewhat flexible.
What are you talking about?
I am interrogating you, not the other way around. You will answer questions, not ask them. It is time to put your loyalty to the test. I doubt torturing you will gain me your true cooperation. Your will is too strong to be broken that way. However, even the strongest of heroes has trouble watching those they care about suffering. The interrogation will begin now. Each time you refuse to answer or give me a false answer, Bastila will suffer.
I will not betray the Jedi Order, even to save Bastila.
Pain is meaningless. Tell him nothing.
I tire of these games. Now I want answers. On On what planet is the Jedi Academy at which you were trained?
Alderaan. It's on Alderaan.
It's nothing but a planet of artisans and philosophers. There is no training academy there. You must think this is a game. Very well. This is the price of your resistance. Enough. You see what happens when you try to defy me. This first question was a test. Obviously, Malak knew the academy was on Dantooine, and it has since been destroyed by our fleet. Dantooine is an empty graveyard now. Nothing is there but a smoking ruin and the charred remains of your former masters.
You will pay for this crime, Saul. You and all the Sith.
More empty threats. We Sith prefer to let our actions speak for us. Perhaps that is why we are winning this war. Now, tell me your mission. How were the Jedi planning on using you to stop Lord Malak and our Sith Armada?
We were searching for the Star Forge.
Why are you telling him this?
You should be grateful, Bastila. He is sparing you agony beyond comprehension.
They can't stop
Words
us.
to betray the Jedi Order bring me more pain than any torture ever could.
Tell me, how did you find out about the Star Forge?
Found Malak's diary.
This is not the time. I will only ask you one more time. How did you find out about the Star Forge?
For the sake of the Republic, don't tell him anything.
Don't listen to her. Tell me what I want to know, or watch Bastila suffer.
No, I will tell you nothing more.
I hoped you would continue to cooperate, but you seem to have changed your position. Perhaps another lesson is in order.
No! No! I beg you, no! Mercy! No!
I am surprised she did not pass out sooner. Rarely have I seen someone withstand such punishment and remain conscious. I see I am wasting my time here. When Malak arrives, you will learn my interrogation techniques are considered merciful among the Sith. I will leave you here in your cell with a small taste of the horrors you will suffer when Lord Malak arrives.
Don't try to move too quickly. You might not be fully recovered yet. Admiral Karath had his guards continue to torture you even after you passed out.
They tortured all of us, though you got the worst of it by far. Saul wanted them to make us suffer. He's become some sort of sadistic monster.
The dark side has perverted him, Karth. Once you start down the tainted path, it leads you ever further into the depths of evil. I fear he is forever lost.
No one was without hope of redemption, Bastila. This game came out in 2003, I think?
Sometimes it's easy to lose sight of that hope in the face of such unbridled cruelty. But you speak the truth. I suppose I'm taking the news of Dantooine's destruction quite hard. First Taris, now the Academy. Is there no end to the killing?
July 15th, 2003. I was 5 when this game came out. I definitely didn't play it on release. The first game I played on Xbox was Halo, actually. And it wasn't even my Xbox. I owned the Super Nintendo when the Xbox came out. I was born in 04. Yeah, I was born in 97. I'm 25 now. I know it's hard to believe, but they're all gone.
I believe that Saul was lying to us. But even as he said the words, I knew they were true. The Academy is gone. We should have felt a disturbance in the Force when the attack came.
I think I played this game in 2005-ish.
The dark side is growing stronger, casting shadows our vision cannot pierce. I can only hope that some of the Jedi escaped. Rook, Endar, Zar. I cannot imagine all of them being gone. In any case, we've lost our one place of refuge in the galaxy.
None of this will matter if we don't get out of this prison before Saul gets back.
Where's Saul Karath now?
Lord Malak was on his way. I think the Admiral left to prepare for his arrival and to report the results of our interrogation.
It is fortunate you were able to resist the Admiral's questioning. The fate of the galaxy could be changed by revealing the slightest piece of vital information. I have to confess something. There was a moment, just a moment, when part of me was hoping you would tell him what he wanted to know, just to make the horrible pain stop.
I'm sorry, Bastila. Watching you suffer tore me apart.
You would never do anything to intentionally cause me pain, but you did the right thing. I don't honestly know if I could have been as strong in your position. To watch you suffer like that, it might have been too much for me to bear. Did you feel that? disturbance in the force. The Admiral has sent his message. The Dark Lord knows we're here now. Malik is coming.
Well, then we better hope Canderous busts us out of here before he arrives.
I forgot about the fucking tattoo he's got. Oh yeah, I didn't give Canderous anything else. Fuck, I'm an idiot. Okay. Uphill battle. As long as it's a video chronicling it and not so much an actual like snuff film kind of thing, go off. If you're this interested in it, I hope you're going into a career path that's like forensics and stuff like that. That's initially why I was going to get my biology degree, because I wanted to work in CSI. No, yeah. I was more so making a joke, but yeah. So ideally, Canderous's auto healing should keep me alive for most of my time here. As long as I don't get into too many fights that I, fucked up in, we can continue at a pretty solid pace. No, why did you do that? Oh, nice, carpentry. Respectable. There's always some kind of pride that comes from, working with your hands. Anything to get out of, finals season. April 28th and your last day of college. I did have exams. Yeah, no, I'm saying in the sense of like, I have friends who are like have their finals week like in a day or two, so like it's not so much a statement of you not having been in school, like didn't take exams, more so like, holy crap, are you lucky. Canderous, buddy, I need you to hit them. Canderous, buddy, I need you to hit them. Another partial reason why we picked Canderous is because he hasn't been with us since Tatooine, so he's got some levels he could burn. People are pretty bonkers nowadays, yeah. Sith pass cards. Am I just not going to be able to finish? Okay, there we go. At least I can still hit it. Oh, they're insane. Good. I thought these were spice runners that were going to help me. You not Sith, help me out of this cell, and me help you. I'll see what I can do. Good, you hurry now. Get cars from guards to get me out of cell, and me not want to be here when Sith torture me. Me not want go insane like others. It's too late for them, but there still be hope for me. You get me out, and me escape before Sith torture break mind. Ha! Me always know good opportunity when me sees it. Here, you help me, now me helps you. Take Icebreaker. It lets you slice into computers on ship. Me has tuned the breaker to work on the brig computer, so you use it on brig level. It not work anywhere else. Remember, the breaker only good for one use, so you not waste it. You go fight guards, me go and hide now. Wait for chance to get to ship. That's what we need, ladies and gentlemen. Use the icebreaker. Hook it up to the terminal. After a few moments, you see activity. Access security systems. I think the detention area is what we want to open. Or open that. Open. Turn to root menu. Cool. I forget. I think the elevator isn't where I go first. I think I have to go get them out first. Damn it.
You keep getting us out of jams like this, and there might be a place for you in the Republic Army, even if you are a Mandalorian. If I remember the layout of the ship, our equipment should be in a storage chamber just through the north doors. After we grab our stuff, we need to get to the main bridge controls. The bridge is the only place that we can open the docking gates of the hangar where they've got the Ebon Hawk. We have to open those gates before we can fly out of here.
We better get moving. I can feel the darkness of Malak's presence approaching, and I don't want to be here when he arrives. None of us is a match for the Sith Lord.
We need some type of plan.
Surprise and secrecy will serve us best. A small group might have a better chance of sneaking onto the bridge undetected while the others make their way down to the Ebon Hawk.
Count me in, then. I've got a score to settle with the Admiral before we get off this ship. And I have a feeling I'm gonna find him on the Leviathan's bridge.
I'm coming too.
Good idea. The others can get to the Ebon Hawk on their own, but Karth and I might need your help. The three of us will get our equipment and make our way to the bridge. The rest of you head down to the docking hangar where they've got the Ebon Hawk. You'll have to find a way to deal with the guards.
Don't you worry about that. I know how to deal with the guards. They won't know what hit them.
Good. Get to the equipment room, grab what you need, and get
We'll
going.
meet you there as soon as we get those docking bay doors open. Just make sure the Hawk is ready to fly when we get there. And may the Force be with you.
We still have to get our equipment. Let's go. I remember the first time I played this, they scatter most of your inventory across all of these bins, I believe. Never mind, I think it's all here. I don't remember what game I did it or what playthrough, but I'm pretty sure I left a good chunk of my inventory behind in one of these. You guys already have your stuff back on? Oh my god, you do. Cool. That saves me from having to find out which lightsaber's mine. Yes, I'm a loot whore. I've got too much stuff stacked up. Nerve amplifier belt. Verpine headband. Project's armband, and so you got any plans for the week? Tomorrow I'm gonna go do some shopping and take care of stuff. I think that's really all I got going on this week, barring Mother's Day stuff at the weekend. As far as stream scheduling stuff goes, if you're looking to come hang out, there's no stream tomorrow because I've got other stuff going on. And Wednesday, because it's May 10th, I'm going to be doing some Dragon Ball stuff, most likely Dragon Ball Fighters. We'll pick this up and ideally finish it on Thursday. And if we don't finish it on Thursday, we'll finish it Friday. And then Mother's Day stuff, so not really anything for the weekend, barring maybe something Saturday. What about you? What do you got? What do you guys got going on for weekend plans? I'm sorry I went quiet there. I was more so trying to plan because these are some pretty hard encounters. Nothing, honestly. I can respect that, especially like summer. It's good to kind of chill a little bit.
But don't worry, we'll figure out a plan to take care of them.
In fact, probably after we're off this ship, I'll take us to the last planet and we'll start it next time because my friends don't even bother asking me to hang out in the set. Sometimes you got to be the one to take initiative. Normally, my friends don't really invite me to like hang out either. Unless it's like a group event that like it's all my group of friends are going to. Oh shit, there's more here. Karth's gonna die. I don't know, this guy sucks with his grenade. Nope, never mind, there goes Karth. Wakey wakey, eggs and bakey. I don't want to waste levels on him right now. I could see why that'd be concerning. From me, as my own personal perspective, I'm not the kind of friend who's gonna go and be like constantly in your business. Not to say like anything negative about people who are like checking on your friends, but in my mind, like if there's someone who I'm truly friends with, like they could disappear for like a year or two, come back tomorrow and be like, "Hey buddy, what's up? Let's go hang." Like, "Fuck yeah, let's go hang." Sometimes it's hard to really separate between like people who like we all are living our lives and have stuff going on. And I think for me at least it's important to understand, yeah, we do all have things going on. It's not always going to involve me. And the moment you as my friend decide, hey, look, let's go hang out, grab some food. It's like, okay, yeah, or like, I'm not busy today. We'll plan it out. But I've always been the kind of guy who was like fast and loose and kind of just goes with the flow. Ooh, they're fucking us up. Okay. Basing it all the time. Yeah, pretty much that's what I do too, though. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with it. Just kind of have to be chill about it, you know? Stuff is fun to do, but you don't always have to be doing stuff. Let's get some heals going. Bastel has used a lot of her force points too, so I'll take care of this one. Go away. What's the pause button? There we go. Oh, Karth is dead. Damn it. Bastila died. Good, good, good. We're just getting nade spammed. Good. Just freeze to let up. Come on, come on. Oh, this is just getting worse. Cool. No, I'm dead. I got greedy with my levels. Okay. What just happened? No. No. Oh, fuck. I'm gonna restart the stream real quick. Give me a sec. Okay, holy shit. It wasn't that it was a lot of progress there, but it was an hour's worth of content there that would have just absolutely gone just into the ashes, into the ether. We're making another save. So because this game is fucking ancient, 20 years old now, and kind of was held together by duct tape even back then, something happened in the load path after I died. I don't know if it was like a bug or the game didn't know where to go. But anytime I tried to load this specific autosave, the game would load and read as if it was meant to play. Yes, it was held together by tape. This game has been broken forever. I love this game, but it isn't like the enemies just standing there while we're fighting or certain things just breaking doesn't just happen. It's always been this way. And I always assumed it was because I played with an occasionally scratched disc, but that's kind of how this game is. Either way, hitting the autosave would make the game read as if it was trying to play the first cutscene that plays when you first boot the game up. So like the intro, LucasArts, like the screen catch kind of one. And all I was worried about was that cutscene being like somehow overwriting all of my saves. So I didn't want to like open up any other ones just in case. How much longer will you be streaming? I'll be honest, if that had happened, I would have gotten back on here and said I'm done streaming for the day. Because it always sucks whenever your progress gets stalled like that. Personally, I haven't eaten food yet. I've got some stuff right here in front of me. I just haven't eaten it because I don't like eating on the mic, regardless of whether I'm playing on my own or not. So I might take a small break to eat that. If I don't take a break and I decide to just go for it, because honestly, what happens after this moment here in the game is a fine spot to like kind of end it. It's absolutely like one of those next time on Star Wars kind of occurrences. But I do want to finish Corbin before the night's end. That was the plan for the day, at least. God, they're just going in with these grenades. This is ridiculous. Depending on how that goes, I'll just full level Bastila. We'll probably get another one before we get... So when do you start learning force powers in this game? Considering my first stream was about 6 hours. I think within the first like 5 to 6 hours of the game you'll learn force powers. You get Bastila here before you actually learn how to use force powers yourself. So you have access to a Jedi relatively early on. And the only reason why it takes me to get like to those the only reason why it took me so long to get off the starter planet is because I wanted to do more of the side quests as well. So like the 5-6 hours could be cut down a bit more if you focus more on regular quest stuff. But you also need to understand that this is an RPG, and avoiding quests will actually hurt you a little bit down the line. You know, I might do another playthrough where I do the dark side, because I've never done a true like all the way through dark side playthrough in this game. I'm going for the light side one. And a thing to note, if you're gonna pick this up and like start playing it again on your own, the light and dark side meter here is not just a telling of your character, but whenever you do start learning force powers, they'll actually affect their effectiveness. Yeah, you can level up. So like, with it being an RPG, doing more quests means you'll have more levels as time goes on. And take note of what... Here, I won't use this level up, but I'll show you. Each of the light side power, or each of the powers, the force powers, have in their description whether they're universal power or a light side or a dark side power, like how wound is a dark side power. If you're a light side individual, you can learn all the dark side powers because they're all like combat powers to begin with. Except for like force push, but that's, you know, fair. But your abilities will actually be modified based off of if you're doing a light side or dark side. Hence why I tend to have more of the buffs right now. Because in my, I don't really like using force powers in fights anyways. I'll be more inclined to use buffs and stuff beforehand and just fight with my lightsaber. So I've actually built for strength and had a light side playthrough in mind, picking my powers, so I could really get the most bang for my buck with my buffs and stuff. Especially because Bastila here is now a higher level than me. But like if I use a higher grade heal, I use more of my force points than she does, because she's kitted out to be a little bit more balanced. Even though me and her are both equivalents, or well, I'm actually a bit more light side than her, but most of the characters are kind of fixed in where they stand morality-wise. Another thing to note too is if you feel like especially because early game before you have force powers, you'll burn through a lot of your medkits. The reason why I'm not leveling up right now is because you can stash the level ups, so you can get a free heal. The moment Karth gets low on his health in a big important fight, I'm going to use one of his level ups for the sake of keeping him alive in the fight longer instead of having to worry about spending force points that Bastila could use to apply more debuffs or force points that I could use to apply buffs for me. That way we can do more fighting, and on top of that, it's always a good thing to do, at least in my view, to have your level ups stashed for the middle of the fight. I just saved on the wrong file. Whatever. Has any paranormal stuff happened to you? Nothing that I could directly say is like a paranormal occurrence. I'd like to think there's definitely been like some spookier things in my life that I just can't explain. But I've also got like the mindset of like, if something happens, you can kind of always rationalize it in specific ways. Like anytime there's been something that like, oh no, that was supernatural, if I've sat there and think about it really hard, I can kind of like, oh, okay, no, well, this is why that happened. This is why I got that weird buzzing noise. This is why that one thing happened. And a lot of that is because growing up, I was a huge scaredy cat. And lack of knowledge is a big reason why things that people are afraid of are, you know, why they're afraid of it. And so I figured I could sit here and just be afraid of the things that scare me, but if I sit there, rationalize, and really get to the bottom of why something is happening a specific way, then there won't be a reason to be afraid of it. And so far, it's worked. I used to be terrified of the dark, for example, and now I don't know if I'm going crazy, but I swear I saw a hand behind my TV. Ooh, spooky. Minds play tricks on you all the time. My name in real life is Manuel, and if you listen really closely to Motley Crue's Kickstart My Heart, the moment before the guitar solo kicks in, the guitarist or someone will activate one of their pedals, and it'll sound like in a real like girly like kid voice. At least to me it did. Like someone said manual, but like in a long droning way. I mean, I know I'm watching scary things, but still. Yeah, your mind will be affected by a lot of that stuff. You're already in the mindset of like paranormal and all that. The point I'm trying to make is that the thing I thought I heard was a scary version of my sister calling out to me or something like that was really just a song. You gotta consider like all the possibilities. 100% I believe in the paranormal. Oh no, I'm not a religious individual, but like part of me clings to the idea of paranormal because the idea of there being like nothing is terrifying to me. And there's so much like unexplained stuff that there's a certain point where paranormal things kind of have to be considered. But until we have proof, I can't sit here and be like, yeah, no, ghosts are the reason why my tire popped and my credit is bad. No, my tire popped is because I don't take care of it, and my credit is bad because I'm bad with money. I entertain the idea of the paranormal, but without having a concrete proof, I'm not going to sit there and be like, yeah, no, it was ghosts. But what I'm trying to say is that if your mind's like, hey, 100% paranormal, like, you're going to be more likely to rationalize that, okay, maybe that hand that you saw behind the TV was really a ghost and not your mind playing tricks on you because you turned your head really quickly from your phone and some kind of distortion or something in your like eyes or line of sight made it look like there was a hand there for a second. Oh, and like I was saying before, again, if you're looking to play this game more, you really need to understand that this entire game's combat is 100% RNG. This game, as a whole, just uses the D20 system as a basis for everything that occurs. Honestly, ghosts don't scare me. I'm not saying that like you should be scared of ghosts or anything like that. But in general, just the statement of like being more prone to rationalize something as paranormal will start making you see things in that regard. When really, I think you, as an individual, should never rule out the paranormal, but really work to understand and figure out why things are happening the way that they're happening. But yeah, everything in this game uses the D20 system, so you can have fights that are just like you have leveled for this and should be doing really good, but sometimes the dice rolls just won't be in your favor because in the background of every single action and input there's a dice roll there's multiple dice rolls that are all going at one time like it's a D&D game. And in the same way, a few critical failures and stuff like that result in nothing happening. You can have a roll of a string of critical failures that just make certain fights unwinnable. Like, I'm playing on normal right now, but if I like I said, I normally play on hard. And when I play, I sit here and I do everything. I kill plenty of things, do every single quest, whatever I can do to get me experience to the point where I'll be like the max level a little bit before the final like encounter area of the game and still kind of like just do bad because dice rolls. Even then, like, none of that, like, paranormal stuff doesn't inherently scare me, like demons and ghosts. I just acknowledge and accept that, like, what did it take my lightsaber off? Like I said, held together by duct tape. It put my weapon away. But for example, if you look here, the lightsaber that I have, you can see the critical threat. I roll crit. I hit crits on 19s or 20s, and I have 2 rolls for that potential. I've got an attack modifier of +4, so that's the things that I have that have upgraded this weapon to be at a +4 on attack or for attacks. The damage potential is a 5 to 24, which it's so many like D6s of damage. I forgot to put the lightsaber on in the middle of that explanation. And as you can see, I'm a loot whore. I still have every single lightsaber that I've gotten from things that I've killed. Have you ever heard about the real Men in Black? I've heard tales of them, but again, they're in the camp of curious, but never like truly pursued. Don't get me wrong, I was one of those losers is like, well, I hope something comes from that whole Area 51 nonsense that happened a few years ago. Oh, I don't know entirely about what their purpose is. In general, though, it's always come off as like the whole keeping the normal humanity safe from the both the knowledge and potential of extraterrestrial paranormal kind of stuff. Like SCPs, if you don't know about them, something like SCP is always how they've kind of come off to, is like in my head. We live in a world where one of our elected official presidents' wives, or at least, you know, here as an American, talked to a psychic or a medium or something like that. And like, not specifically make decisions for them, but no, to like, it was their way of becoming more informed in their decision-making process. I don't know what they keep in Area 51. All I know is if that they're keeping all of the android waifus and lightsabers and the portal gun, I want in. I don't care what happens. I want in. No. But seriously, if they were to keep anything like paranormal and stuff in there, it would absolutely be alien stuff. Maybe their prototype for some kind of spacecraft that's not a spaceship.
I assume you had some part in
Things like that.
You learned your lessons well from me.
The only thing you taught me was betrayal and death, Saul.
Don't be a fool. I'm giving you and your companions a chance to surrender, a chance to live. Darth Malak himself is on his way. He'll be arriving any moment.
He speaks the truth, Carth. I can feel the Dark Lord's presence approaching.
Malak will destroy you. But if you throw down your weapons now, I will ask my master to be merciful.
I've seen enough of Sith mercy.
You always did like to do things the hard way. Lord Malak would have preferred live prisoners, but corpses will have to do.
So we might die here. Just oh, those aren't Dark just Jedi Masters. Okay, we actually have a pretty good chance here. Oh, cool. Both the Dark Jedi focused on me. I want to use this level. I need it. Bastila, heal me. Do they all lose their weapons? No, Karth lost his weapon, though. God damn it. Yeah, I think if there was anything more likely, they found an alien and they're keeping it. Okay, let me load, because we could have actually done better there. Nope, didn't want to put a mine down. Wanted to heal. Well, I don't think they inherently keep it a secret. Like, there's not... They're going up. We know where the base is. It's more so just a matter of it also being a legitimate military base. That they didn't want an army of vaping Naruto runners to charge into the front gate.
What can I do?
Sure.
I'm here.
Yes?
Alright, we're gonna skip this dialogue because we just heard it. Why did they take their shields off? What the fuck, game?
Very resourceful. The only thing you taught me. Don't be a fool.
He speaks the truth.
Malik will I've seen enough of Sith. You always did like.
Alright, this time let's focus on these guys right here. Kill them real quick. Now, but the other ones are throwing nades at us. Yeah, that wasn't the play either. If I could sneak in there, I would. I'm sure you and a lot of people would love to and have considered trying. But you also got to think, what if you do decide to go in there and it's just a bunch of people who are sitting right there living a normal military base life? Like, I think we all sit there and, like, romanticize the idea because it's some secret underground hidden facility below the base that they're experimenting on aliens and probing them and all that stuff. But, like, what if you go to all that trouble and it's just 4 dudes who are on their break in the military? I would get a passport just to go there.
I'm here.
I respect your resolve, good sir.
Sure. Ready?
I'm here.
Yes.
All right, so this time I have to keep them busy.
Very resourceful. I assume you have
All right.
some
As an aside for the stream, because they obviously keep something there that they don't want us to see.
Don't be a fool.
But again, it's also a military base.
To surrender, a chance to live.
After we're done with this, I'm gonna end the stream because I did remember I have work tomorrow morning. So we'll probably have a bigger stream for this on Thursday and maybe Friday to finish it off. But we'll probably try to get it all done Thursday. Corbin isn't a long planet, but I also just know I should eat and not stay awake too long. And this whole segment here could last for another like half hour to 40 minutes. Alright, we're getting there. I'm gonna burn through my heals here. I don't. Oh, God damn it. Still, it would be worth it. Yeah, barring federal prison, and if there's nothing in there. Let's upgrade wisdom, because that's going to be more important here soon. We'll get computer use, I think. Yeah. I didn't want to use that level up, but I have to. Or it could be worse. There could be aliens in there. And then they use you for the probing experiments with them. Alright, I know Karth wanted first dibs on Kareth, so happy to provide. I forgot to give Karth his pistols again. That still could have been easier than that.
The Admiral, he's still alive.
It's time to finish this.
Forget him, Karth. We have to get out of here before Malik arrives.
Do you know the pain he's brought me?
Killing him won't ease the pain, Karth. Do not become what you despise.
Karth, must tell you something. Come closer. You didn't know, did you? Remember my dying words. Remember them whenever you look at those you thought were your friends.
This guy, he said, it can't be true, can it? No, it can't. Damn you. Saul, damn you.
What did he say, Karth?
True, isn't it? And you knew. You and the whole damn Jedi Council, you knew the whole time.
Karth, it's not what you think. We had no other choice. Please, you don't understand.
So make me understand.
What are you talking about?
Not
What's going on?
Please, there's no time. Malik is coming. This isn't the place. Please, Karth, I'm asking you to trust me for just a little while longer.
She's right, Karth. This isn't the time. We can get into this after we escape.
Bastila, but as soon as we're off this ship, I expect some answers.
Of course, Karth. As soon as we get to the Ebon Hawk, I'll explain everything. To both of you, I promise.
Let me give Karth a gun.
Yes?
What?
Oh, you've got to be shitting me. Assholes. Open the docking bay doors. Oh, I can't program a new destination. Surface of the sun. A surface of a sun would be great, but let me save too. Alright, this is gonna suck. I'm trying to look through your friend's stuff. Let me loot their corpses. And now I can kill you. Oh, I need to regenerate force points. Bastila's gonna have to do most of the healing for a bit. I don't think I'll have time either way. Yeah, what's one more? Come on, guys. Thank you, Bastila. Around 800 experience points to go. I don't think I'll have it in time.
It's Canderous. We took care of the guards. We're inside the Ebon Hawk and all systems are go. As soon as you guys join us, we can get out of here.
Oh, hi, friends. Whoa, that's a lot of friends.
I'm here.
What?
Whoa, 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 whoa.
What can I do?
Yes?
You're gonna really tell me that that corpse in front of you doesn't have anything in it? Okay, fine, whatever. Cool, I got a level. I can be a little more done with this now. Footlocker. And that's Malik, the big bad of the game.
Darth Malik.
Down you go!
I hope you weren't thinking of leaving so soon, Bastila. I've spent far too much energy hunting down you and your companions to let you get away from me now. Besides, I had to see for myself if it was true. Even now, I can hardly believe
Reunion? What are you talking about?
You mean you don't know?
Malik, Revan's original apprentice and the guy who betrayed Revan.
And you still haven't figured it out. I wonder how long you would have stayed blind to the truth. Surely some of what you once were must have surfaced by now. Even the combined power of the Jedi Council couldn't keep your true identity buried forever, could it?
The Jedi do not believe in killing their prisoners. No one deserves execution, no matter what their crimes.
The Council would not normally accept an adult for training, but this is a special case.
They say the Force can do terrible things to a mind. It can wipe away your memories and destroy your very identity.
Tatooine. Kashyyyk. Manan. Korriban. Revan visited each of these worlds searching for clues to reveal the hidden location of the Starforge.
The lure of the dark side is difficult to resist. I fear this quest to find the Starforge could lead you down an all too familiar path.
What greater weapon is there than to turn an enemy to your cause, to use their own knowledge against them?
That's Revan, by the way, the dude in the mask. That was Darkside Revan, yes. The flashback we saw was when Bastila and her party of Jedi were trying to stop Revan.
Recognize that you were once the Dark Lord, and know that I have taken your place.
And that is the big plot reveal here. The character you play as and have been playing as has been Revan. I'm Darth Revan? How is that possible?
Revan, the Jedi set a trap. They lured us into battle against a small Republic fleet. During the attack, a team of Jedi Knights boarded your ship. The Jedi strike team captured you, and the Council used the Force to reprogram your mind. They wiped away your identity and turned you against your own followers.
No. I don't believe you, Malik.
Flashes of your old life in your dreams, Revan. Memories bubbling up to the surface. Surely you must remember the battle in which you were captured. I always knew that one day the Dark Lord would be mine. When I ordered my own ships to fire on your... Imagine my surprise when I found
team sent to capture Revan, to capture you.
Then why don't I remember being Revan?
Programmed it with a new identity, loyal to the Republic. They tried.
You've been lying to me this whole time, Bastila.
I wanted to tell you, but the Council forbid it. They to the dark side if you discovered your real identity.
But now you know the truth, Revan. The Council has failed in their attempt to make you their pawn. The will of a Sith Lord is not so easily manipulated.
But why program me with another identity?
Restore your true identity. Revan was too dangerous. But locked inside your mind was information the Republic needed. The secrets of the Starforge. The Council created an identity for you. A soldier under my command. Your subconscious memories were supposed to lead me to the Starforge. There was no other way to get the information.
They made you their puppet, Revan. And Bastila was the handler pulling your strings.
Yeah, your character's actually mad. You used me, Bastila. You're no better than the Sith.
Say that. Malak nearly killed you, but the Jedi Council gave you another chance to live. They gave you a chance to redeem yourself by defeating the Sith.
A rash and futile hope. The dark side is too strong. My power is too great. Even my old master is no longer a match for me. A small part of me has always regretted betraying you from afar. I always knew there were some who would think I acted out of fear, that I did not want to face you. But now fate has given me a second chance to prove myself. Once I defeat you in combat...
Well, he's not necessarily mad. He's really however you want to play him as. I had the option to just be like, I understand Bastila right there. But, for acting purposes. Also, this game's from 2003. The fact that we're getting any kind of expression from these polygons is frankly impressive. Triumph, Malik. You seem to forget that I'm still alive.
We're foolish to let you live. I won't make the same mistake. We shall finish this alone in the ancient Sith tradition. Master versus apprentice, as it was meant to be.
So, yeah. For anyone who didn't see the cutscene, the whole big narrative point of this game, and frankly what blew everyone's, minds back then, and made them love this game as the Star Wars game that it is this one singular moment. Apart from it being a solid game to play, barring the bugs and, obvious faults, the plot turn of you being the original big bad was unheard of at the time.
This isn't over, Malak.
Your friends do not give up easily, Revan. You always could inspire loyalty. But even the three of you together cannot stand
Jedi!
I'll hold Malik off. You two get out of here. Find the Star Forge.
No, Bastila, he's too strong. No! The door's sealed. We can't get past. Come on, we have to get to the Ebon Hawk.
What about Bastila? We have to help her.
Stand a chance against Malik, but we can't help her. Not here. We have to get off the ship and find the Star Forge. That's the key to beating the Dark Lord. Bastila sacrificed herself so we could get away. We can't let her sacrifice be in vain. Come on!
So, yeah, pretty much as said during the battle, Malik turns on Revan, expects him to have been killed, and because of the actual injury that Revan took, he loses his memories, and the Council reprogram him with another life. The reason why I'm picking light side is, one, because I'm a goody-goody two-shoes, and two, at least as far as like the canonical lore that's established both in this game and Knights of the Old Republic 2, is that Revan actually decides to go back to being a good guy. After his memory wipe and everything, he becomes a good guy again. Well, Jedi. So, without actually having directly said I'm going for the canon ending, I'm going for the canon ending. Or, you know, our main character being mad. Things like I feel that this game deserves a remake, if not a remaster, if not a remake, is because for how good of a game it is, and like the narrative big wow that the whole reveal that you're really Revan was back then, deserves to kind of have a place in modern gaming. And as much as I love this game, I admit its bugs, it's flawed. It has bugs, it's flawed in ways, and graphically aged like milk.
He would have killed us, but Bastila sacrificed herself so we could get away.
You mean she's dead?
Bah, Malik won't kill her. Don't be foolish. He'll want to use her battle meditation against the Republic. Turn her to the dark side, and the Sith will always be victorious.
We can't help Bastila. Not unless we find the Star Forge first.
So fast. We've got a bigger issue to deal with here. They deserve to know the truth about you. Do you want to tell them what Malik said, or should I?
As an aside here, Karth is so passionate about this because the guy we killed, Saul Karith, or Admiral Karith, while we were on that ship, was ordered under Revan and Malik to prove his worth, or prove his loyalty to the Sith by bombarding the planet that Karth and his family were on. Karth wasn't there at the time, and the planet got obliterated, thus killing Karth's wife. So, in a way, it being Saul's fault is also Revan and Malik's fault. I'm gonna tell them the truth.
What are you talking about? Is this some kind of a joke?
No, it's no joke. The Jedi Council captured Revan and erased the Dark Lord's mind, programming in a new identity. Saul Karith told me on the Leviathan, and Bastila confirmed it.
You're Darth Revan? This is big. Do you remember anything about being the Dark Lord?
And things like the vision in the middle of the cutscene, seeing the star maps and stuff open, and if you guys go back and check the VODs, you'll see like the visions and stuff we've been having too. They're not dreams and visions, they're actually memories of the things that Revan initially saw.
Then I don't think there's a problem. It seems to me that if you don't really remember anything about being Revan, then it doesn't really matter anymore. You are who you are now, right?
Of course it still matters. How do we know more memories won't come flooding back? How do we know Revan won't suddenly turn on us? The whole time we've been chasing after Malak, we've had his old Sith Master right at our side, listening to our secrets, hearing our plans.
I'm sorry, Karth. I wish this wasn't true.
You've got nothing to be sorry about. You didn't ask for this. Besides, I know you. You're not Revan anymore. Whatever you used to be, you're one of us now. Big Z and I will stick by you. We owe you our lives. We won't desert you now.
How can you say that, Mission? The Sith bombed my homeworld, Revan took away my family, and destroyed my life.
Everyone knows it was Malak who gave the order to attack your people, Karth. You can't blame Revan for that.
I suppose you've proven yourself to be a friend of the Republic by your actions so far, Revan. But can I trust you? Can any of us?
What about you, Jolie?
I already knew who you were, though it wasn't my place to tell you. Better off that you know, if you ask me. Does it change anything? I'm not here to judge you. You'll do what you have to do, and I'll help if I can.
What do you think, Canderous?
You defeated the Mandalore clans in the war, Revan. You were the only one in the galaxy who could best us. We had never met one like you before, and never since. How can you even ask if I'll follow you? Whatever you're fighting, it will be worthy of my skill. I'm your man until the end, Revan. No matter how this plays out.
And Canderous just being an absolute Chad. You won't abandon me, will you, T3? I've not brought him on any missions, but I love him.
Droids don't hold grudges.
Now here's my most favorite part. I love HK-47, Moon and back.
I am experiencing something unusual, Master.
Why? What's happening?
My programming is activating my deleted memory core. I believe I have a homing system that is restoring it, Master.
Everyone be careful, there's no telling what this means.
That is unnecessary, Master. My intent is not hostile. I am receiving no combat override commands. Observation. My homing system is a function of my assassination protocols, that which I told you had been deactivated. This system was not. It seems that the homing system deliberately restores my deleted memory core upon returning to my original master.
You mean Revan?
Correct, Master. Sith protocols maintain that all droid knowledge be deleted before assassination missions and restored upon return. I have returned to you, and my full functionality is now under your personal command. It is a distinct pleasure to see you again, Master.
But I found you. You didn't find me.
The Force before. Seems obvious enough to me it was meant to be.
Wow. What are the chances of that happening?
Remember, we're talking about the Force here. At this point, Malak himself could drop out of the sky and I wouldn't bat an eyelash.
Good point.
So this gets explained a little bit more in the second game and a little bit like quietly in this game. But HK-47 was a droid that Revan himself specifically built for the sake of assassinating Jedi. And all of that is basically the long and short of why he's programmed that way and why Revan's his master, because Revan built him and he's damn good at killing Jedi. Well, Karth, will you stand with me against Malak?
Any other way that we can stop the Sith? And I suppose that Malak is the real enemy here. I really don't have any other choice, do I?
I won't let you down, Karth. I promise.
You've proven yourself time and time again during our mission, but this is a little much for me to wrap my mind around.
You have to try. For Bastila's sake.
Even more of a shock to you. I don't know how you even keep going.
What do the trailers look like? There's since you were born in 2004 and never really played one of these older games, well, yeah, I'm probably assuming a lot there. A lot of games from this era actually had some of their trailers and trailers for other games
Still got
in the
one more star
movies,
map to uncover if we're gonna find that star
or like in a
field
separate
St.
area for
Basil's
like all the,
city.
you know,
Let's do it
trailers and
before it's
crap.
too late.
Um, to put it lightly though, since it was 2003, the trailers didn't look amazing. They all kind of looked how the cutscenes look here. Another thing is, because I'm not playing this on PC, I can't mess with the aspect ratio. The whole time with this game playing in its like little like black bars kind of thing that's going on. On PC, I could actually adjust to be more full screen. The only reason why I say that though is because I'm about to end the stream right now. We're here on Korriban, which is the last real planet we have to do, and then we're in the end game sequence, which is still kind of long, but because I'm not going to pick this back up till Thursday, I think we'll do it all in one big run, especially because it's almost 10 p.m. for me and I haven't eaten yet. But yeah, that's where we're currently at. I do have Jedi Knight Academy on my PlayStation. Ooh, I don't know if that one has it, but specifically, and this is a thing that LucasArts does pretty often, I'm pretty sure. I've never played Jedi Academy, but or Jedi Knight, you know, Jedi Knight and Jedi Academy. But I also hear it's really good too. I considered playing it for this one. It's 12:49 a.m. for me. I'd stay up longer, but I have work tomorrow. Hey kiddo, welcome home. But we'll save the game here. We've come to the realization that we are now Revan. Well, we have been Revan, and everyone is pretty chill about it. Let me panic save the game again because I'm terrified of losing a save after that occurrence earlier. Oh, I don't have the actual trailer for the game here yet. It's all right. Have a good night. I'm not gonna. I mean, I'm not going just yet. I'm gonna try to get the intro trailer for this game to play. I think if I idle here long enough, it should come up. All right, I know how I can do this. Hold on. All right, I restarted the game. Because I know that it's the first thing that plays here. Barring the compression that happened from, you know, the actual recorded, and this is basically what the trailer looks like, except compressed, like more than what was being shown on regular TV. It is old.
Bring her to me.
All Republic forces pull back.
It is too late to retreat, Admiral. There is no escape for us.
You are strong, child, but I will break you.
I'll never fall to the dark side.
I'm pretty sure that trailer does get unlocked after you've beaten the game, so you can watch it in the actual like movies section here. But it's a pretty common that you'll thing that you'll see in a lot of these older, not like every game, but specifically licensed games will typically have a trailer for something else that the company does. Like Gladius here is a game I've never played, but they have the trailer for that game here too. And again, this is how all the trailer TVs and stuff look like too. They except uncompressed.
So you want to fight in the games? Do you have what it takes? Different warriors like animals. Some are fast and deadly, like the snake. Others are slow but strong, like the bear. Know each warrior well.
I want to get out of here.
Like this is a trailer for another game that I've never played, and frankly, from these animations, looks hilarious. Specifically this one.
So you have finally accepted your destiny.
So since I've already announced, you know, that the light side is the canon ending here, I don't want to talk too much about what Revan does after this game until after the game's done. But Revan is absolutely the kind of guy that up until, you know, Disney got a hold of it and basically got rid of most of the other like extended universe stuff, because this is still extended universe. The long story short, the Jedi absolutely knew about who Revan was. I don't know if they taught about him, but he's absolutely like the kind of guy that was hidden away in like holocron databanks and stuff. I also want you to note that in the Knights of the Old Republic trailer that we just watched, there was nothing showing that the game was like an RPG pause in the middle of combat input actions. So I'd argue a little bit of false advertising, but I also really love this game, so. And I don't think these were like TV ads, but they were absolutely like things that were made to be promoting their games. Why am I as a company gonna pay to put a Gladius trailer all over TV when I can put it in a comic book and 3 or 4 of the games that are coming out this year? What's it called? So it's a pretty common occurrence for like game companies to put trailers for their games and other games in these older games like that, licensed games specifically. I think there's even a couple of trailers that play for like Sonic games and stuff like that too if you wait long enough. I don't know if I want to spoil what Revan does after this, but in my personal opinion, Revan is the most flawed and the best character in Star Wars. And there's a whole army of fanboys who will come up and like defend him with me. If you want me to say how this game pretty much ends, I'll tell you. Alternatively, like I mentioned, I'm going to pick this game back up on Thursday. So if you want to stick by and watch how that all turns out, I'd absolutely recommend that, because the end of who would win in a 1v1 Vader or Revan. Really, I don't know. Vader gets some like kudos. I think Vader would win, actually. It's probably a toss-up. There's definitely people who would say Revan, definitely people who would say Vader. But I think I want to give it to Revan because I'm a fanboy, but I think Vader, just him being the chosen one, gets a lot more credit. Got more like credit. Well, because Revan isn't some prophesized hero or something like that. All Revan is another Jedi who's got the force swirling around him and like, a lot of force power behind him. But with Vader being Anakin and, also being the chosen one, he's just got so much more power, and because he has a whole comic book line of extended universe stuff, he has a lot more feats that are amazing. Um for the sake of it, I will say that Revan's probably fought more powerful people than Vader has in certain occasions without spoiling anything. But there's barring one or two people, Vader's fought people who are also incredibly powerful. What parts of Anakin are not canon? Um well, because Disney's been doing a lot of like cleaning stuff up, just about anything that is Anakin now is canon. From the Clone Wars cartoon and all that other stuff is all canon. The issue is that for how cool and badass Anakin is, Vader just has so many more feats in the extended continuity of the comic books and stuff that are dubiously canon. Um, Vader's fought time traveling Sith lords, a whole bunch of other shit. But Anakin, basically anything that involves Anakin specifically is canon now. It's just a matter of like extended universe Vader stuff that for the comic books that I think is ambiguously canon. Honestly, like this game and Knights of the Old Republic 2 are arguably some of the best storytelling I'd say in Star Wars. So if this gets some traction, I'll absolutely play the second one sometime later on. Maybe next year's May the 4th. If you yourself are interested in seeing more of how this game's kind of played and all the stuff that's led up to this point, I'm gonna upload the VODs to my YouTube. Both you, gamer, who's hanging out in chat, and anyone who either comes by to check this stuff out or watches more of my VODs later. YouTube's gonna be where I'm posting some of my more high-profile VODs that I'm a little bit more like approving of. In fact, just yesterday I finished the upload for I think the second part of my Halo playthroughs, which is Halo CE. So absolutely check that out if you guys are interested. Tomorrow I'm gonna upload Halo 2 and ODST, I believe, which I actually have to edit those because my stream glitched and I have two separate recordings for that. But those are gonna ideally be uploaded tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then probably on the weekend. And keep an eye out for the Knights of the Old Republic stuff because I'm probably gonna upload parts 1 and 2 sometime this week as well if I get the chance. Aside from that, I've mentioned earlier, but again, checking out VODs. Absolutely follow me on TikTok, Twitter, YouTube that I just mentioned, just to see anything else that I've been trying to, play either socially or gameplay wise. As for games wise, Wednesday we're going to be taking a little break from this, and we're going to be playing Dragon Ball stuff, either PvP stuff, or if I can find another Dragon Ball game tomorrow to play, we'll do that. And Thursday we're gonna finish up Knights of the Old Republic, or at least get us into the last section of the game to where we can finish it all up on Friday. Aside from that, guys, if there is anything you ever want to see me play, absolutely send me a message on any of those 3 social medias I mentioned before, as well as shooting me a whisper here on Twitch. And if you're new here, either checking out VODs or any of my other clips, absolutely drop a follow just to keep in touch with whatever we're doing next, guys. I hope you all have fun, stay safe, and I'll see you guys later. Gamer, thank you very much for hanging out in the chat. You are always welcome to come by, hang out again. And I'll definitely talk more about this Revan stuff after we finish the game, but because this is stuff I'm going to upload into VOD, I'm not going to talk about it right now. But yeah, have a good one, guys. Stay safe.